Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, hey! You guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
Might. There's something different about him.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
Don't think anymore. I do the thinking around here.
Right here.
Have you not? What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
He saved us. He really did it.
Remember, the Force will be with you, always.
Greetings, program!
Ho hum. Disney is dumb.
You two were really the brainchilds behind the story. How much did you guys look at the extended universe and the extremely large canon of books that have been written around the Star Wars universe when you decided to make this? Or was it more looking at Return of the Jedi and just figuring out how you guys feel it should have gone?
Hey, you want to take it?
I think it had more to do with Jedi and the continuation of 4, 5, and 6. This is 7. I think we were aware, we're respectful of the canon, but we really wanted to tell a story that interested us and delighted us, and we didn't really want any rules and parameters particularly. We just said, well, we can do anything we want with this story. What would be the most fun thing to do on this page and the next page and the page after that? And that was sort of the guiding principle, I think, more than the canon or anything that had come before.
I feel a responsibility to not just maintain, but help be a part of what pushes it all forward, and keeps it viable and exciting for future storytellers. And Kathy's really leading that charge, which is great to have her here. So she's about every movie I like, she's produced. So it's kind of mind-blowing.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology, spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology,
spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
You have to have a team of people
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. All paths lead to the Disney sequel trilogy. You know, Disney really makes it easy. I must give it to them. I don't even have to talk half the time. I mean, just their own stuff damns them. It's pretty silly, pretty funny. Hello, Stephanie, if you're still here. Good to see you. Dee, nice to see you again. It was a little more than an hour, but I'm here. I noticed someone came up. It just says Facebook user because it doesn't show from Facebook. So whoever that was, hello, thank you for coming. I know that on Facebook, if you look at the bottom of the description of this stream, there are some instructions where you can kind of like add yourself to the chat, and I think I can see your name that way. If you're interested, it's there. Horror Nation, good to see you, bro. Tetsuo's Wrath. You are a champion of the real Star Wars canon. First of all, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. And second, yes, I am. Was there anyone else? Okay, that's who I saw so far. So, and yeah, I did see that Facebook user. Let me see if it says any different here. No, it just says Facebook user, hello there. So hello there back to you, whoever you are. Thank you for joining. Alrighty. Lots of stuff to talk about. I want to cover some stuff from the investor meeting, the Disney Investor Day, which we covered mostly when I did that stream. But some of you that were there will remember that or saw the replay that it kept skipping. Disney's player was screwing up. And now I got a chance to kind of look back on it. So basically, I clipped out the section that's Lucasfilm. We'll watch that. It's roughly 15 minutes, and we'll talk about it, comment on it while we recap that. And part of that will tie into this whole all paths lead to the sequel trilogy. We're going to talk about Mandalorian, the last 2 episodes. I know a lot of people have been asking me. I'm anxious for me to comment on that stuff. I've touched on it, but we're going to really talk about it. And trying to think what else. Let me look here in my little folder. See what other goodies we have. No, I guess that's about it. Yeah. Because I showed you the quotes just now. So, yeah, we'll do that. We'll look at the Investor Day stuff, talk about that a little bit. And then we'll talk about the Mandalorian, and really all 3 of those will tie together into the theme of this stream. Tetsuo's Wrath, right on. Yes, sir. Thanks again for being here. Joe Nugent, thank you for what you do. Thank you. I appreciate that. Truly, I do. I love this stuff. I know this stuff. I do it for the love of this stuff. I never knew how big Not My Star Wars will get. You know, I started like everyone else, just making videos because I care, because the truth is out there and people are just kind of refusing to look at it or take the time to bother to look at it. So, you know, as someone that cares about this stuff since 1977, yeah, I want to be here and give all of us a voice. If I just saw your comment, Dean, it's throwing me off. Hold on a second. For anyone that's new or that hasn't heard this before, Not My Star Wars is not about me. It's not about me saying to everybody, that's not my Star Wars. It's about empowering us as a community, empowering us as Star Wars fans to see the holes, to point out the things, to most of it's pretty obvious, but people work or people are busy or have other things going on. They don't have the time or the patience to dig around for this stuff like I do. So that's a big reason why I do it. So just know that Not My Star Wars, that saying isn't really about me. It's about all of us, so that I empower you guys with information, with sources, with, citing Disney's nonsense, so that you can now empower yourself the next time some knucklehead is telling you how great these movies are. And you yourself can use that moniker of, you can look at that and say, that's not my Star Wars. That's what Not My Star Wars is. It's a way for all of us to express ourselves and remind Disney that that's not our Star Wars. So, for what that's worth. D. Before I get into deep, was John Kasdan mentioned as being a writer of one of the new shows? I don't recall at all that he was. We're going to watch the tape so we can listen again, but that doesn't jump out to me at all. I know that Favreau and Filoni obviously are involved. You've got Leslie Headland. You've got, I can't remember her name right now, Patty, I believe, right? That did Wonder Woman. I'm not a huge superhero. I didn't go see the Wonder Woman movie, so I wouldn't know her name. I know a lot of pop culture people would, but Patty, I think it is. Anyways, we'll see her in the video. We'll talk about that. But no, I don't know anything. I haven't heard anything about Kasdan or anyone. Nothing from JJ or Ryan. Obviously, George Lucas is not involved. Patty Jenkins, that's it. Yes, thank you. So, yeah. Disney is simply based on Star Wars and is literally fan fiction. Yes, it is. Like my last live stream, but also I'm going to point out a lot of stuff in this live stream, like in the intro you saw, them going on. Disney decanonized themselves from day one. From the second that The Force Awakens released, they decanonized themselves. No matter it, I don't care who owns it. I've made this example several times, but for anyone that's new to this, if I go and buy Burger King tonight, and tomorrow I start serving nothing but ramen noodles, and you go to Burger King for a burger, and I give you ramen noodles, you might love the ramen noodles. That's fine and dandy. But you can't say that that's Burger King just because I'm the owner and I insist that's the name. That's what Disney Star Wars is. It's just a name. But it's not at all Star Wars. And they literally decanonized themselves because they bought Burger King, and the very next day, instead of frying up burgers and onion rings, they started making noodles. So they literally took themselves out of the game. That's the big irony here. It's not us, the fans. It's not the media. It's not coronavirus. It's not anything. It's Disney did this to themselves. So, absolutely. Give me 1 second. I want to take this sweater off since we're going to be here a while. All right. So let's take a look at the investor meeting again. I just cut out the Lucasfilm portion. One thing I did mean to go back and check was Black Widow. From what I remember, they said May, sometime in May 2021. So while I was off on the date, I will remind everyone, I called this months ago, and naturally, Black Widow is going to be on Disney Plus. That's a great example. I don't remember what the example was. I'm always thinking about stuff, but thank you. I second that. Okay, yeah, I said a bunch of stuff already, so now I don't remember what I said. All right, so let's take a look at the Lucasfilm clip. I'll pause here and there. We'll talk about it. As always, for anyone that's new, I always try to have a two-way conversation. So if you guys got comments, questions, whatever you want to discuss, please feel free. I love to interact with you guys, so let me know what's going on. And we'll take a look at this clip. Just a moment.
Today I'm excited.
Our good friend. Oops, just a second, guys. Windows is being a little crazy right now. Okay, that should work, hopefully. It's on my screen, so I'll start it. Let me know if you don't have Burger King versus ramen noodles. Yes. Okay, I got you. Burger King. I got you guys. Yeah, I mean, I could give you 1,000 examples, but that's just one I thought of. It's pretty simple, you know what I mean? If just because the bag says Burger King and the drive-up sign says Burger King, if you go and you order a burger and they hand you a bowl of noodles, you're not going to convince me that it's a burger. It's a bowl of freaking noodles. And again, those might be the best noodles I ever had. It's not that the noodles inherently have to be terrible. It's just that there's the reality that noodles aren't burgers. Disney's nonsense is not Star Wars. I don't think Kennedy knows who Obi-Wan is. I don't either. Okay, I'm going to start playing this. Let me know if you guys are having any sound issues and that you can see it. You should be able to see it. I see it here on the other screen. Remember KK said Carrie would not appear in Tross. Yeah, well, she said a lot of things. And, man, not much of it was true, now was it? All right, let me know if you guys can hear this.
Today I'm excited to share with you that John and Dave are concurrently developing 2 new spin-off series exclusively for Disney+. One, The Rangers of the New Republic, and the other featuring fan favorite Ahsoka Tano. Set within the timeline of The Mandalorian, these interconnected shows, along with future stories, will excite new audiences, embrace our most passionate fans, and will culminate in a climactic story.
Okay, first, for what it's worth, I did edit this down, the Lucas part, but nothing that's important. All the Star Wars stuff is there. I just took out, you know, like the little screen changes, and there's sections where there's supposed to be video and there's not, you know, just stupid stuff I cut out. So, but the factual stuff is all here. I didn't edit any thing she says or move anything out of place. It's all like it was. I just cut some little bullshit out for time. Video and audio good. Sounds like she's in a well. Yes, I'd like to put her in a well. Okay, so she just said we're going to talk a little more about Ahsoka, but basically that the Rangers, which everybody's saying, oh my God, it's a Cara Dune show. Well, we don't know that. It could be clones. It could be Boba and Din. It could be Boba and Fennec. It could be a million different things. So while, yes, there's a good chance Cara will be there, I kind of think Cara is going to get her own show, honestly. Or at least they're going to try to get her a show. Because honestly, I don't think half of these shows are even going to get made, but we'll talk about that some more in a minute. An interdictor, gravity well. So she said that they're going to be all in the same timeline as The Mandalorian. Okay. And I know we already talked about some of the stuff in that stream, and I know a lot of you know this stuff, but I just want to go over it real quick, get everybody's head in the same place, and you're going to see how a lot of this is going to tie in at the end of the stream, as I'm famously known to do. So they're going to be in the same timeline as The Mandalorian. Okay, fine. It starts to convolute that space and time, but okay. We don't truly know what the Ranger show is, but, you know, we can all speculate on that. It could really be a million things. The other note that I will mention is Ahsoka symbol, and we'll talk about that with the World Between Worlds. So let's keep going.
The next chapter will debut on Disney Plus Christmas of 2020.
Okay, that's very important because we're going to talk about this later. The next chapter, let's word for word listen to what she says.
Disney Plus, Christmas of 2020. The next chapter will debut on Disney Plus, Christmas of 2021.
Okay, so remember, Mandalorian, or at least what she said, the next chapter is going to be Christmas of 2021. This is important. Remember this, guys. Now, also remember that she said the next chapter. So we can interpret that in different ways, and we're going to talk about that later on. So remember, Christmas 2021, and she said the next chapter. She didn't say season 3. She didn't say The Mandalorian. She didn't say the next chapter of The Mandalorian or the next episode. She said we're going to go into the next chapter in Christmas of 2021. Okay? Nice. Thanks. Okay, yes.
We have a vast and
by the way, one second. This is who was it that said that? Tetsua's Wrath. This is for you. The nerve of this woman. Seriously. We have a massive EU. Now we're going to decanonize it and call it Legends. 2 years later, well, we don't have any source material. A year later, 1 month ago, oh, we've got 25,000 years of history. By the way, I haven't heard anybody mention this, but if you look at this, okay, you got Moff, which is current. We know Andor's coming, plus they announce it. The Falcon looks a little different, but okay. You got Kylo, you've got Ahsoka. We've now seen Ahsoka. Leia, well, she's around, of course. R2, of course. Cara, all right. Rey, okay. Sequel trilogy. You've got Vader, okay. Baby Yoda, of course. Obi-Wan show that's coming. And then you've got two outliers, and one of them is really big, but you've got Maul, and you could say, that's Clone Wars, maybe Bad Batch, something there. But what I found very interesting is up front, big and bold, that big head is Mace Windu. So, doesn't necessarily mean anything, but nobody has said that, and nobody seems to have picked up on that. I remember the second I saw that, I was like, ooh, what's he doing there? There is a lot of people talking about Mace lately, and they want him, and they think he's coming, and blah, blah, blah. I just thought it was interesting, because here's his big face right up in front. Biggest head in the whole thing. So, no audio. Okay, salt in the wound while she's stabbing us in the back. No din. Let me recheck here. I'll reshare it fresh just to be safe. Okay, so what she just said was the 25,000 years thing. What did she say right before that? Oh, she was talking about the date, right? December or Christmas 2021.
Abilities like never before, and fulfill the promise that there is truly a Star Wars story forever. One of the most exciting.
Along with what Favreau was saying. Okay, now let's talk about that for a quick second. I am all for everyone possible loving Star Wars. I think it's something beautiful and for everyone. I used to say back in the Lucas days, this was one of the most special things about Star Wars, is that you could be 8 or you could be 80 and you can relate and you love the story, whether you grew up with them or you're a new kid seeing them for the first time. They were beautiful films, beautiful stories. So they were for everyone. But while Lucas, tried to not be too specific so that it could be appealed to a lot of people, He definitely had his target audience. You know, he literally said for 12-year-old boys. He definitely did things thinking of Star Wars and the canon and the story over, are you going to like Jar Jar Binks? So Star Wars was beloved because it was so good. It had so much love behind it. It was made so well. And Disney just doesn't understand that. Disney thinks that they have to like check all these little boxes so that everybody will love it. But when you try to make everyone happy, hell, you can't even make one person happy. But when you're trying to make everybody happy, you're going to just make nobody happy. Because that broad, like, I'm trying to be here for everyone and make everyone love Star Wars and have this version of Star Wars and this version of Star Wars and this version of Star Wars and, you know, the teen and the adult and the young novel reader novels, that's all bullshit. Star Wars is one story. It was a great story. Therefore, it was loved by many. A child could watch Star Wars and understand it. You don't have to be an adult. You don't have to be super smart. You have to have some brains, of course, to follow the story and understand it. And apparently, nowadays, there's a lot of people that seem to not have a brain at all when it comes to Star Wars. But it's the completely wrong approach. The approach is to make a great story, beautiful movies, and by that alone, people will come and fall in love with it. You know, I think even Disney himself, like, I'm trying to think, like Disney, when he made, I mean, Fantasia, I guess, was made to appeal to a lot of people. And I think that Disney did want, of course, appeal to a lot of people. But let's take, like, Bambi, for example. That's a pretty specific story. It's about a deer living out in the woods and all this stuff happens. Not everybody's going to give a shit about a deer in the woods and want to watch that. Disney knew that. But Disney didn't take the time to make the deer as appealing in every which way to every type of person. Disney set out to write a great story and draw just gorgeous cartoons, which to this day, they hold up. I mean, you could watch Bambi today. You could still cry. You could still care. You could still say, wow, what a beautiful movie. Is it as clean as it could be if it was drawn today? Of course not. But so it's like all the greats used to get it. You just make something to make it great. And then people are going to obviously latch onto it. Whereas now, you know, we're all into this. We've got stories for everyone. And it was like that Favreau quote I showed you guys in the beginning. You know, we're going to try to make ice cream for everybody. The sequel ice cream, the prequel ice cream, the Mandalorian ice cream. And that's why Star Wars is failing and going to fail. Because that's not what Star Wars is. Star Wars was never about for you, for you, for you. Star Wars was, this is for the world. You're going to love it or you're not. You might be somewhere in between, but Star Wars isn't for everybody. Some people just don't like it. It doesn't appeal to some people. Some people just don't care, and that's fine. Lucas never went out of his way to get those people. Lucas went out of his way to get people that cared about mythology and science fiction and adventure and the hero story and, you know, human emotions, trials and tribulations of people. So that's why Star Wars succeeded, and that's where Disney's missing the mark. Graham Helton, hello. Thanks for being here. Many forget John said Mandalorian was going to show the origins of the First Order. When the Mandalorian was first coming out, they said two things. We would see the beginning of the First Order and that we would not see Jedi and freaking lightsabers. Now, I love both. I'm not mad, and I'm not saying I don't want them around. But they said that. They said it's going to be about Mando and his adventures, and it's not about lightsabers and Jedi. And here we are, because the ship is sinking, and they know it. We have to take this, like, mass... Okay, guys, don't get too deceived and think that they made Ahsoka and Luke for you. They didn't do that shit for you. They don't care. Jake is still there. They did that because they know you guys were going to get all excited, and this is how they're going to get you back. They're going to get some more subscribers, and they're going to keep it going, because guess what? Disney doesn't have a single show for like now 2 years. Well, and next Christmas will be what we'll discuss later, season 3 of The Mandalorian. But outside of that, Cassian and Ahsoka and all these things, this is 2022, 23, 25. So Disney desperately knows they got to do something. So they threw out Ahsoka and they threw out Luke to get you to salivate and hold on for another few months, because they know for the next year they don't got nothing. They're probably going to rush Bad Batch for that very reason. So who knows? I don't think it's going to be very interesting to begin with. And then you're going to rush the show. So anyways, I forgot now why I went off on this tangent exactly, but the Star Wars, you know, that she's saying how we have Star Wars for everybody, and that's one of Disney's biggest, that's one of several, like 2 handfuls of major mistakes they made with Star Wars. And it's, the reality is that Star Wars is not for everyone. As much as we would love our aunt, our grandma, our son, our cousin, and everybody to come over and we're all like, yeah, Star Wars, you know, Empire, Return of the Jedi. But some people just don't give a damn about Star Wars, and that's fine. I don't care anything about My Little Pony or, you know, Power Rangers. I never could really get into them. What's the a lot of you younger guys love Powerball and Dragon Ball, Powerball, the Dragon Ball Z. I never got into that stuff. I'm not saying it's trash or I hate it or I don't. I'm just saying I don't care about it. So it's okay if you're not a Star Wars person, fine, whatever. And there's a lot of people that aren't. The point here is trying to make Star Wars for all these different people that don't care about it is a waste of time and one of Disney's biggest problems, because they're just not going to care about it. And then the people that are bitching and defending this junk are also people that don't care about it. They're just bitching to bitch about it, because the people that actually care about it are the ones that are saying something about it and actually want it to be correct. Anyways, let's keep on with Miss KK. Let me know if you have sound.
Being an ambitious new series we have coming to Disney Plus in 2022.
An ambitious new series.
Nail-biting spy thriller.
Dragon Ball's power level most likely influenced George to do midichlorians, which I like, but I can see why some wouldn't. I know that Dragon Ball is really old, like much older than people realize, because it only became kind of popular in United States like roughly 2000 from what I remember. But was it around 77? Let me audio goes in and out, you said? Okay. Just a second, D. Let me see. I'm gonna stop sharing for a second, guys. Let me just double check my audio settings. Okay, looks like everything's okay. I just turned off my speakers, which might have been affecting it. So let's see. Okay. I think that should probably... It was definitely around before the prequels. I think the late 80s. That's what I thought, is around the 80s, yeah. But I know it's much older than people realize. At least, you know, here in the United States.
The Star Wars universe.
Okay, now I don't have audio. What the hell? Oh, because I turned off. Okay, that's why. Just a second, guys. As I started the stream opposite of what I usually do. And I think that was the problem, was the speakers. Let's see if I got it now. Okay. Okay, I can hear it. Let me know if you can't. There you go, Tony Gilroy, which he was, I even talked about this in a video months ago. I don't remember the name of the video right now, but I was talking about canceled shows and talking about Obi-Wan and Andor, and Gilroy was mentioned back then. Cassian Andor, by the way, kills his own people. I don't know. Maybe some people will be interested in that, but why I want to see a show about a spy that kills his own people before Rogue One, when we already know what's going to happen to him and he just dies anyways. I'm not sure how Disney really doesn't get what they're doing. Like, they're showing us the results of things and then they're going backwards to fill in the story. It's again, like, they don't understand the nuance of Star Wars. Their argument, I guess, would be, well, but George made 1, 2, and 3, and then he made or he made 4, 5, 6, then he made 1, 2, 3. I was just looking at your comment. The audio is really low on the KK vid. Audio is pesky. Let me see. Let me look at the settings here, see if there's anything I can do here. How about me? I sound okay? You can see my settings. That's funny. Let me see something, guys. Although it shouldn't be low, but for whatever reason it's doing that. We can maybe do this in a different way. Okay, just a moment. Okay, let's do it this way, because that video apparently is being a little pesky. So I will share it from the actual stream replay. Okay. It's a little loud on my end, so I'm going to turn it down just a little bit, but you guys let me know if it's too low and I can turn it back up. And we'll just look at it this way. This is roughly where we were at. The clips are much lower. Okay, let's see if this fixes it. Maybe it was just because of the audio player, my audio video player. You sound great, sound fine. Okay, let's see if this is better. Let me know.
And will culminate in a climactic story event. The next chapter will debut on Disney Plus Christmas of 2021. I'm fortunate to be surrounded by incredible talent, both in front of and behind the camera, with a company full of people who care passionately about high-quality storytelling. A few times in my career, I've had a chance to be part of game-changing technology, moments when a new way of filmmaking changed.
Okay, I'm going to jump a little bit, because here she's talking about the stage thing, and I don't want to waste time on that right now. It's cool, whatever, but we all get it. It's this dome, and they're filming Mandalorian in there, which if anybody wants to see it, it's on the Disney site. you guys can't see the address, but the WaltDisneyCompany.com, and then you just go to investor relations, and you'll see the Investor Day thing there, about a quarter down the page. Okay, let's see what she's got to say here.
5,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling. Now with Disney Plus, we can explore limitless story possibilities like never before and fulfill the promise that there is truly a Star Wars story for everyone.
Okay, so we're back where we were.
One of the most exciting and ambitious new series we have coming to Disney Plus in 2022 is Andor, a tense, nail-biting spy thriller in the Star Wars universe.
A tense, nail-biting thriller.
Created by Tony Gilroy. Tony's incredible success with the Bourne Identity films distinguishes him as one of...
We're going to be pretty sober, because I don't think she mentioned story, does she? Does she say story once?
...of today's best creators of the modern spy genre. We couldn't be more thrilled to have him at the helm of this new series for Star Wars. Diego Luna will be back in the role of Rebel spy Cassian Andor from Rogue One, and he will be joined by a fantastic new cast that includes Stellan Skarsgård, Adria Arjona, Fiona Shaw, Denise Goff, Kyle Soller, and Genevieve O'Reilly as Mon Mothma. We just began production in London 2 weeks ago. Here's a special look at Andor.
Tony is not a Star Wars fan. Mon Mothma. I mean, it makes sense because it's around Rogue One, them getting the plans and making the rebellion, but it's almost implying like Cassian's going to be part of now starting the rebellion. We'll see. Well, she says a lot of words like stories and storytelling. Yeah, I suppose. I meant more so like, does she use it in the proper context of like, here's a new exciting story we have, you know? She's just very loosely kind of says. Okay, I gotta mention this. When we did the original stream, I had said, as you can see, they haven't really started production. Okay, first of all, what I meant to say was filming. And then second of all, I got someone, because someone said something on my comments. And then someone else on my comments said, there's clips there, you saw it. I mean, okay, there's like 3 clips of 10-second. Well, actually, no, I take that back. Now that I'm seeing this, I'm remembering. This is from Rogue One. This is not new clips. That's Jin right there. The figure we just saw here that faded away was Jin. This is Rogue One. So it's not even...
Everything I did for the rebellion.
Yeah, there's Jin.
Rogue One in many ways. It's a film that connected.
So literally, they haven't started filming because there's no footage. Yes, they have started production. They're building sets and practicing and blah, blah, blah. And that's fine. But they haven't even officially started filming.
New audiences with the oldest fans. It was a bittersweet feeling, you know, in the premiere, knowing that it was just one film. But then magic happens, right?
As you can see, we're getting ready. We're building stages. We're rehearsing. We're training. We're trying.
Okay, there's like 4 people in the entire building, and they're not filming.
Costumes. We're doing everything to make sure we do the best show.
I'm really excited having the chance to explore Cassian.
This right here, I don't remember. I haven't seen Rogue One in quite a while, but it kind of looks like Rogue One.
And it's really fun to go on a set that is emulating something you like so much.
I don't know. Maybe that is from the new show. It's been a while since I watched Rogue One.
The enormity of this is like doing a big feature film.
It's very cinematic. For me, that's where the excitement is.
12 episodes, 12 scripts, over 200 named cast members, over 6,000 crowd people. A lot of creatures that come in from the creature department.
We treat this exactly like we would a film. There is no difference in our approach.
Every creature and droid that we've been building has the same
Where are they going to get the money to do this?
level of attention to detail as the previous films.
It's huge, it's thrilling, but also it's wonderfully challenging.
There's tons of possibilities to explore. It is the building of a revolution.
Yeah, they got concept art and they're building sets, and I'm not denying that they've started working on this. I don't know why, but they have. But yeah, my point was that they haven't started filming, and that's you obviously have to do things in steps, and if you have to prepare everything to begin filming. I'm not arguing that, and most likely if that's what you're doing, well, then that's what's going to happen. But until you actually start filming, ain't nothing official. That's all I'm saying. And even if they start tomorrow, this show is until 2022, so yeah, it's all Rogue One stuff.
Last August at the D23 Expo in Anaheim, we announced the return of Ewan McGregor in the iconic role of Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi for a special event series on Disney+. Obi-Wan Kenobi begins 10 years after the dramatic events of Revenge of the Sith, where he faced his greatest defeat, the downfall and corruption of his best friend and Jedi apprentice, Anakin Skywalker. Dramatic events
1 second.
of Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi for a special event series on Disney+. Obi-Wan Kenobi begins 10 years after the dramatic events of Revenge of the Sith, where he faced his greatest defeat, the downfall and corruption of his best friend and Jedi apprentice, Anakin Skywalker turned evil Sith Lord, Darth Vader. Our fans will be thrilled that Hayden Christensen will be returning in the role of Darth Vader. This will be the rematch of the century. The series.
Okay, so it's in line with what they said before. 10 years after Sith, Luke will be 10 years old. Luke and Leia. She never says Anakin. She says that Hayden is coming back to play Darth Vader. Now, technically, they could be trying to be slick because he's technically Darth Vader before he's Darth Vader in the suit. There's that small period. But how are you going to go back to that short period? It's like hours. Unless it's flashbacks. But I really don't know how they're going to fit flashbacks into, like, what relevance. Obi-Wan was doing other stuff. He was dealing with Grievous. So there's not really anything there for them to be interacting. You know what I mean? Anakin's off doing his own thing. And Cassian Pandora, Rebel Agent. So there's not really any sense where Anakin as Vader would fit there, especially since it's such a small window. So then it brings Vader. And if it's Vader, then why even have Hayden? Because you're not going to see his face. And if you're going to remove Vader's helmet, well, then that's 10 times stupid, because not only is it not Anakin or Hayden, but we freaking saw Anakin in Return of the Jedi. So if they're going to use Hayden now to be Anakin in the all fucked up in the suit, here we go, retconning shit. I'm trying to think of an example. They changed Boba Fett's voice in Empire so that it would line up with Jango Fett's voice from the prequels. Although I'm not crazy about it because I always loved Boba Fett's original lines, I understand. I can accept it because the maker made an intelligent decision. Logically, if Jango sounded like that, then Boba most likely would sound at least closer to Jango than he would, right, originally. So that makes sense at the end of the day, love it or hate it. But if we're going to now see Vader without his helmet and he's going to look like Hayden, that's just Disney being stupid. Literally, that's the only real way they can go. I had heard rumors that you're going to see Anakin in his Clone Wars thing, in his Clone Wars gear. But what's I don't understand the point of making these shows if these shows are going to be about other characters. If we're going to be going to relive flashbacks of Obi-Wan with Anakin in the Clone Wars, well, first of all, it's like we have 3 movies from that era. We have one of the movies is literally the clone movie. We have a whole cartoon, 7 seasons of clones. And now we're going to go back to rehash that, which then, again, takes away from Obi-Wan's story. If it's going to be Obi-Wan's show 10 years after Sith, then make it about Obi-Wan 10 years after Sith, not about Anakin in the Clone Wars days or before he gets turned to Vader. No matter which route they take, they're screwed because Vader cannot meet Obi-Wan. If you've seen Star Wars, you understand this fundamentally, that Obi-Wan and Darth Vader did not see each other until they re-meet on the Death Star. So, no matter what they do, it's just dumb. Yeah, why would they connect? I'm not sure which part. Do you mean the sequel trilogy, the all paths, or which part do you mean? Or do you mean that why would Obi-Wan and Anakin connect, or that time back there? I don't know. I say so much stuff. I'm not sure which part you meant. But no matter which way you think of this, it's forced. It's not naturally like Obi-Wan would be dealing with Vader. They can't meet in person. If he's having flashbacks, well, then what's the point? The point is to be about Obi-Wan 10 years later, not dwelling on Anakin turning to Vader 10 years before. Isn't Obi-Wan protecting Luke? Yes. According to some news of people inside Lucasfilm, the sequel will become an alternate story. Yes, that's the most Obi-Wan and Vader. Okay, yeah. That's the most, what most people think. We're going to talk about that. The world between worlds. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. It would only work if the fight would be a vision of the future. I suppose. Supposedly, the Obi-Wan show is supposed to show more scenes of Vader's slaughter on the Jedi Temple. Yeah, and I've heard that around Order 66. But again, why? Why are we rehashing that? Oh, because all paths lead to the sequel trilogy. What's going to happen? We're going to see Grogu in the Jedi Temple. And we're going to see Anakin going through killing all the younglings. But somehow Grogu, who nobody knew and didn't exist, and Yoda didn't protect, and Obi-Wan didn't ask about, the magic Grogu is now going to be in the corner going, coo, coo, look at me. And someone, whether dark side or light side, is going to come and scoop him up and start connecting the sequel trilogy. Okay, that's where they're going. Because I'm first showing you the logic that they can't logically make it make sense unless it's contrived and forced. So then why are they forcing it? They're forcing it, just like we're going to talk about the Mandalorian in a little bit. They're forcing things like Luke Skywalker to set you up. It's a trap. Ahsoka most likely is going to save him. Yes, I agree with you. And the reason being is this is the way that Filoni is going to justify all the bullshit in The Mandalorian. He's now going to say, well, in the Obi-Wan show, Anakin confronted Grogu. He was about to kill him. Ahsoka comes out of nowhere, stops Anakin. Anakin tries to take her down. She escapes with Grogu and disappears. Then we don't see anything about either one of them for, 19 plus like 7. So like 25 years, let's say roughly. But here becomes another problem, and this is Dave Filoni not thinking ahead. He's going to go back to try to fix his little Ahsoka fetish, but now it causes a problem because remember, Ahsoka doesn't know Grogu. She would had to have known him from back in the day. And she obviously didn't know him in The Mandalorian. What a mess. But I do agree. I think that's why they're doing that. Is again, it's not about you. It's not about Disney saying, oh man, we got to do right by the fans. Let's bring in Hayden and give them some Anakin because we know we want to do the right thing and we love the fans and we want to do right by them and we're going to give them an Anakin because we know that's going to make them happy. No. They're bringing an Anakin to go back to the temple to justify Grogu, who justifies Rey and connects the fucking sequel trilogy. Filoni thinks he's slick, but he's not. Disney knows only how to remake their cartoons into live-action films. Yeah, well, I'm a fan of your show and I respect you, but man, I'm loving what Filoni and Favreau are doing. Well, to each his own. I don't tell anybody not to enjoy it or not to watch it. And, we all love magic, right? You see magic and you think it's really cool, but if you really know what's going on, it's not so cool anymore. Unless you're into that, like knowing how the things work. But do you understand what I'm saying? Like the illusion is great, but when you know the mechanics of what's going on and why they're doing it, that's where I have the problem. Because it's not about me hating the Mandalorian show. I don't want to hate the Mandalorian show. I try to enjoy it. It can be fun. But when I look at it and I'm like, holy shit, million holes plus it's all connecting, it's a problem. And thank you for being a fan. I appreciate it. The only reason she knew about the world of other worlds is because Bridger pulled her into the portal. Yes. The mouse wants that money. Yes, he does. There's a clip in Rebels in the last episode where Ezra tells Thrawn he thinks he can just take whatever he wants, and Thrawn says it's about who holds power. Totally a fans versus Disney meme. Yes. By the way, Torres Arroba, I do remember you from the other stream, so I do appreciate you being back and around, and I think you did subscribe. But since you said that, and I don't know that I've actually literally said it, although it's very much implied, I don't expect everyone to come to my channel and agree with everything I say, or just, hey, I tell people all the time, question everything. And I'm not even talking about Star Wars. I'm talking about in the world. We could go down some serious rabbit holes, but that's not what Not My Star Wars is about. So my point is, I tell everybody to question everything, check everything. But how many people did you know that are critical like I am put a whole list of source links in their descriptions? I think I'm the only one. Yeah, you might see a link on a video, but literally all the articles and all the things I'm sort of citing, and I show you where it's at and I explain it to you. So you don't have to like what I say. You don't have to believe what I say, but I got all the receipts. So it's up to you what you want to do with it. I don't come on here to just talk. I mean, I come on here with the knowledge and the research of what I'm talking about. Anyways, the point is, it's always open here. You can come and you can like Disney. You can talk about what you like. I'm not here to scold anybody, put them down, make them feel bad. I'm just going to show you the problems. I will always show you the problems with what Disney's doing. I'm showing you the holes. I don't tell anybody to attack the mouse or go burn down Disneyland or do anything. Me personally, fuck Disney, but that's me. I'm not saying that you all have to go around with that attitude or saying or anything. That's just me. But I'm here to empower you and to show you what's really going on. By all means, if you love Rebels or whatever thing, Resistance or whatever, go love that shit. Go watch it. Me personally, if I own Lucasfilm, it's all getting erased. But I just want everybody to always know that this is a place to feel safe and to have an open conversation and, We all can enjoy what we enjoy. I never tell anybody, don't watch this, don't do that, don't, you know. Let's see. I'd like to see more Vader's inner struggle, like James Luceno's. Hold on, the chat's jumping on me. Sorry about that. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Oh, like James Luceno's The Rise of Darth Vader novel. James Luceno has written some very good Star Wars books. I've read a lot of the EU over the years, and he's one of the top authors. He has some very cool books. The Rise of Darth Vader, I have not read. It would be cool to see. Okay, so here's a perfect example. I'd like to see more of Vader's inner struggle. All of us would. But why are you bringing Vader into Obi-Wan to complicate the issue and hurt the canon? Just make a freaking Vader show. Problem solved. You make a show at this, even in the same time as Obi-Wan, like they're doing these other shows around Mandalorian. Okay, the Vader show and the Obi-Wan show. And you could literally show each one's perspective. The same time, the same universe, same things going on, but totally separate. They don't meet, they don't talk, they're unaware because Vader doesn't know about Luke and Leia. He can't be on Tatooine, for Christ's sake. So you make the same story, but from two totally different perspectives. I'm all for that. That would be awesome. You see what Obi-Wan's going through, and you see how Anakin's in tons of pain and dealing with being in this freaking suit and adjusting to everything and chasing down Jedi and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Any idea is valid. Any idea could turn into something beautiful in Star Wars, but you got to think it through. You have to make sense of it. You can't just get a wild hair like Filoni and Favreau and be like, well, it would be amazing to put in Luke and Ahsoka because, you know, canon doesn't matter. But the second you start bringing these people into that show, you cause problems for the saga 1 through 6. You start breaking things. So if you want to make an Ahsoka show, by all means, make it, you know, around the Clone Wars era, and she has her little show. I'm not against an Ahsoka show, but Ahsoka in the time of the Mandalorian, yeah, that's a huge problem. The only reason she knew about the world is because of Bridger, right? The mouse wants that money. Just one moment. Just one moment. Horror Nation, this is for you. Last episode tells Thrawn. Right, I saw that one. All holes lead to the mouse. Yes, they sure do. This is for you, D. And this is for Disney.
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
Okay. I know. I listen to your critics for hours. I love it. In fact, we agree that the sequel are bad, bad, bad. It's not our Star Wars. I even prefer Jar Jar than Rose. Yes, as goofy and dumb and wicked and all that stuff that Jar Jar was. One, he was important. He did some important shit in the trilogy. And if you don't understand that the importance of Jar Jar in the prequels, sit down and go watch the movies again because you're not getting it. He's actually very important. Two, he might be the Sith Lord. There's like literally a story that fits where he could have been Sidious's Sith Lord. Three, as dumb as he was better and more useful and more entertaining than Rose Tico. Absolutely. Poor Rose. Well, not poor Rose. Fuck Rose, but poor Kelly. Not that I'm a fan of hers or anything, but you know, she ironically, like, you don't think about it because she was so non-existent. Especially in the Rise of Skywalker, but like she really, like, Boyega and all them got done dirty, but man, she got really shafted. I like parts of Rebels. I don't care for any parts of Rebels. I haven't seen all of it, but I've seen plenty of parts. The Ahsoka Vader and Ezra and the whales and Thrawn looking like a little girl, and I don't like Rebels. Anyways, that is true. I don't know which part, but okay. Vader show would be amazing, but instead we get Andor. Well, yeah, and that's again, Disney not thinking. By the way, thank you for being here, Lone Wanderer, and I see 14 people in here right now, and there's 14 likes, which is pretty amazing. It's never equal, but that's probably from people earlier. So if you haven't, please hit the like. Thanks for being here, Lone Wanderer. I don't recognize that name, so maybe you're new. Hope you enjoy your time here. It would be amazing, and you don't have to be a Star Wars lore expert to know, like, well, let's think about it. Who could we make a show about? Luke, Vader, Han Solo, Boba Fett, Leia. You don't have to like invent all this new shit and do all this nonsense and break canon and bring in, other people. I know everybody loves Ahsoka, but come on, guys, she's dead in Order 66. So you're going like extra and doing all this stuff and complicating things when you could just like literally make a Vader show and everybody would shit themselves. Literally, everybody would go crazy to see Vader show, him chasing down Jedi and doing all kinds of stuff. Even if it wasn't that much action, but we see his pain and what he's thinking and how he meditates and how he heals himself and back to, we could see his castle on Mustafar. I mean, there's just a 3-year-old can figure this out. Have you ever played or watched the game Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order is canon? What's your opinion? I haven't played that one. I know loosely the story. I've watched a little bit of it, but I have not played it. So I can't really say too much. From the outside, the little bit that I saw, it looks cool. Like, I would be interested to play it from what I saw. Now, I'm an old school gamer. I've been playing games for over 40 years. So I understand video games very well. And from the outside, just looking at it, it did look like it would be fun to run around in the Star Wars world. But again, I haven't played it, so I can't really say too much. Agreed. Logical planning is essential, just like respecting the source material. Yes. You must always respect the past. And this is not me as someone older saying it to young people, like, you need to respect us. It's just common, like when I was growing up, like, yeah, you would make jokes about like an old man or something, but in general, like, we grew up like understanding, like, this person's been on Earth 50 years and I've been on Earth like 12. And it just, like, why would I be questioning someone that has so much wisdom and spent so much time and done things like been in a war or been overseas or like, and nowadays, like, this mentality is going on with young people where like they think everything's funny and boomer and all that shit. And, I have a sense of humor like anybody. It's not like that hurts my feelings. And not that people say that to me. I'm just saying I see that, right? And it's like such a shift. And the reason I'm even talking about this is because that goes also into Hollywood and Disney and movies and TV and all these things. It's like this whole shift of not giving a fuck. I don't know what else to put it. It's like, history, wisdom, all that stuff is like, I don't know. We weren't like that when we were kids. Yes, you always would clash with the older people and, be like, you think you know everything, stupid shit like that. But you weren't like to the extreme of today where kids just think they're so damn smart. And yet 5 years from now, they're going to look back at themselves and be like, holy shit, I didn't know a goddamn thing. It's funny. Disney literally has finished scripts of Underworld and aren't using them. They have to, let me tell you something. Disney probably has a massive vault of unused scripts, stuff like you don't know nothing about, you've never heard of. They've probably got so many thousands of submissions over the years of different stories, things they've penned out, and just never used. I can't even imagine the stuff that Disney has. You know, which is ironic because like they're reaching so hard to make shows to get Disney Plus going, when from the beginning of Disney Plus they should have had like this whole massive lineup. I don't know, it's like Disney does everything backwards. Lol, thank you, lol. I don't know what part that was, maybe the clap thing. Darth Jar Jar, yes, Darth Jar Jar. I've been thinking about making a video of that because I've seen different bits of that theory and I figured out some stuff myself, but I don't know that there's an actual video of that. And the only reason I haven't really tackled that one is because I'm decent with graphics, but man, to be able to make like Jar Jar with the hood and make him look all Sithy, like I don't know that I could really pull it off, and I don't want to make it too cheesy. Like I have my funny cheesy videos, but those are on purpose to be that way. Whereas my other videos, you know, I try not to make them cheesy. And I've been trying to think of a way how to make him, you know, talk about that theory where he was Plagueis' master. Yeah, some people say he was. It fits better that he was Sidious's master because they both grew up on Naboo. So secretly, he would have been training Palpatine as the Sith master. He would have been training Palpatine in secret on Naboo. So, but in any event, I don't know. Maybe one day I'll do that because it was just an interesting. It really fits. Like he really could be the Sith Lord, and it's funny. It's crazy. Jar Jar was CG. Yes, I think you're talking about the Rose thing. Yes, not even a real person, and he was better than Rose Tico. Then in the last movie, they basically said, "You guys go. I'll stay here." Yes. The ship is cool, and I like Kanan until the point. Kanan annoys the crap out of me. I don't like him as a character, and I like him less because Freddie Prinze did him. And not that I have a personal thing with Freddie Prinze, but he really thinks he's the shit, and he's not. And, you know, he had, I'm sure you all are aware of his little Star Wars rant, you know. It's for fucking cats. Like, I hope people realize the fans know more about the movies than the actual people that work on the movies. Like, if you don't know this, it's time to wake up. Like, Mark Hamill's even said this himself, although Mark knows quite a bit. But people seem to think, like, Ashley Eckstein, she must know all about Ahsoka and all about Star Wars because she worked on Star Wars. She doesn't know a damn thing about Star Wars. I mean, yeah, she knows some basic stuff, but she's not someone that knows Star Wars lore, is what I'm getting at. And she would not have been good as Ahsoka. As much as many of you like her voice, and I get it, doesn't mean she's an actress, number one, in front of a camera. Number two, would she be able to do all the athletic stuff? You know, Ashley's a healthy woman. I'm not saying she's out of shape or couldn't, but you can't just presume that because she was the cartoon that she would be a great live-action Ahsoka. Not at all. But anyways. Yep, new here. Okay, yeah, cool. Lone Wanderer. Why isn't Genndy Clone Wars canon? It was a great microseries. It never was canon, technically. While it does stretch things, I think, you know, it could be canon. It doesn't break anything. It just exaggerates things. And if you understand Gendy's art style, well then, okay, it's just exaggerating. But it literally doesn't break anything. Like, that's another thing. It wasn't just Lucasfilm. Like, people that worked on Star Wars, whether you were writing a description for, you know, I don't know, some magazine article, or you were making a product that was related to Star Wars, like, people always respected the canon. Disney got it, and it was just like, canon, what's that? I love the Genndy Clone Wars. Yeah, I mean, There's no reason it shouldn't or couldn't be canon. But the reason I say there was never canon is because George Lucas said it wasn't. It was simply a promotional cartoon to get you hyped up for the movies. It wasn't intended as like an actual part of the story. It was like a side promotion thing. Because to be fair, I mean, if you really want to be technical, okay, it does kind of break canon because Mace Windu, right, can't like take out like 3,000 super battle droids. As cool as it was, and as much as it seems like it would be, realistically, if you want to be technical about it, it breaks canon. Now, again, if you understand Gandhi and you just go with it as like a filler kind of fun story, well, story-wise, yeah, it doesn't break canon. That's what's most important, is the story. And in fact, Grievous was so cool. Why I'm 35 and I see that trend too. I think you're talking about the age, the wisdom thing. Yeah, it's crazy. They can't just have a Star Wars movie without pushing an agenda. Yeah, I mean, that's going back to the beginning of my conversation. I don't know if you heard it, how they were, how Disney's so worried about making Star Wars for everyone, as opposed to just making Star Wars awesome. Nation NotMySTARWARS is bigger in 2021. How do we call you, sir? Not my Star Wars guy. Not my Star Wars. Or sometimes like D, and I sometimes write NMSW. And thanks, I appreciate it. Hopefully it does keep growing. It's been growing a lot lately, that's for sure. Chat is behind like 5 minutes. Well, no, not necessarily. It's because I'm talking so damn much and I'm thinking about stuff and then I'm looking back at what. So it's really because I'm talking so much. Sequel Trilogy and Rian Johnson threw a great brand off track, where people are now fixing things and ideas. Thank goodness for Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni. There is a delay, so maybe on your end it sounds like it's behind, but I'm just saying that I'm behind because I'm talking so much. Robert Beige, thanks for being here. I'm not a particular fan of either, but by all means, they're doing a much better job than Ryan and JJ and KK. No argument for me. If I had to pick one or the other, certainly what we're getting from them. But careful with Dave Filoni. He's pure dang nasty evil. I'm not sure who you meant. There's a funny robot chicken skit with Darth Jar Jar. Maybe you meant Jar Jar? Yes. Jar Jar, just, hey. He acts like he's clumsy and dumb, but careful now. The key to all this, yes, he could be. I don't like Freddy, but the character of Kanan seemed almost ripped off of my fan fiction character. You never know. Disney's been known to steal stuff, but then they made him dumb, made him the dumb dad. You might be onto something. I see. All right. Well, I'm not sure which part you see, but anyways. All right. So I'll stop jibber jabbing for right now. Let's continue on with KK's nonsense.
The series is directed by Deborah Chow, coming off the great work she did with us as a director on season 1 of The Mandalorian. Production will begin in March of next year. Here's an early look at Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Okay, you see this? So when I did the stream initially, it kept like skipping and screwing up, and I kept thinking like, man, I'm missing all these highlights. It turns out Disney didn't show anybody anything. Well, the investors, where that play arrow was, if you're an investor, apparently you have access to see those clips. And in fact, there was, which is maybe what Horror Nation had seen as well. There was talks of people that had seen the clip and that there was a blue lightsaber in the temple Anakin was going into the temple to kill all the younglings and do all this mess, and a blue lightsaber shows up to stop him. So whatever. They're not supposed to start filming until March. So how they would even have a clip, I don't know, but whatever. It's pretty silly that in the situation that Disney's in, they're not showing these clips to the public, even if it was days later. But, you know, during the investor day, like, I understand it's for investors, but, you know, in the current situation that Disney's in, they should be showing everybody as much as they can right now. But whatever. So you're going to see those arrows come up, and it's, I didn't edit anything or nothing's wrong. It's that Disney literally didn't show everybody the clips of their stuff, which would have made sense to promote. Their promotion has just gone underwater. I don't know what Disney's doing.
During our first year on Disney Plus, our animated series Star Wars: The Clone Wars saw tremendous success with its epic 7th and final season. Building on the legacy of the Clone Wars, our new animated series, The Bad Batch, follows the Specialist Commandos of Clone Force 99 as they embark on new missions in a rapidly changing galaxy. This is The Bad Batch.
They call themselves the Bad Batch.
I noticed the other day when I was watching this again that it's slightly different from Clone Wars. It looks like a little bit like anime style, especially like the space scenes, the ships. See, like this, almost like kind of that layered look where the ship is almost like, this looks all seamless, but this ship and in other scenes is more apparent, looks like it's separate, like it's a different cell, a different layer, but not because of that a mistake, but because of that style, that way of stylistic cartooning. See, like here, like, to me, it's very obvious that this is a matte, and then there's this painting, and then this ship is layered on top of it. Almost like this is hand-drawn, and then this is a like a transparent cell laid on top of it. Okay? But not because, I'm not saying that it looks bad, like bad CGI. I'm just saying, again, that that's like the style that they chose. It feels very anime to me. I think it's cool. I'm not crazy about the show, but I think it looks cool. Looks cool.
The Republic will be reorganized into the first galactic empire!
Now, keep in mind, if what we were talking about earlier of Anakin and Grogu and all this stuff coming together, well, then that's going to have to involve the Bad Batch as well, because you see where the Bad Batch is at, right where Anakin was making all this ruckus.
That was quite an impressive display.
And I mentioned this before, I think, but just a reminder that Tarkin is too old there and way too soon. We're talking about 19 years. Let's look back at Tarkin.
That was quite an
I mean, I suppose he's a little bit younger there, but, you know, we're talking about 19 years till we see Tarkin again. I don't know. He looks like he's 40 something maybe here, 50 something. 19 years, it'd be 60 something. I don't know, maybe. Is that some Mandos and Bad Batch? I didn't notice any. I didn't see them. R2. Bad Batch is probably going to rip off Travis RCIC novels. Quite possibly. Did you see? I don't remember seeing a Mandalorian. Here, let me look back a second. I didn't. No. Oh, right there in that elevator or whatever? I think that's Bad Batch. Let's see. Assuming that's... I am happy to see Gree. Gree is the one... Well, assuming that's Gree. Because Gree gets killed at the end of Clones? No, in Sith, right? With Order 66, because he turns on Yoda. Gree is the one on Kashyyyk that is like the green camo. He's like one of my favorite, if not favorite, clone. These guys is maybe what you were asking about Mandalorian. That's Bad Batch, I'm pretty sure. I'm guessing that's why you said, is that Mandos?
That was quite an impressive display.
Oh, I see there. That might be R2.
That was quite an impressive display.
No, the markings are a bit different, plus he's darker. He's an R2 unit, obviously, and I see where you saw his dome, but his markings are different, and he's like red. Obviously, another R2 unit. Anyways, I mean, I'm not like opposed to the Bad Batch or whatever, but yeah, it was fast. Good eye though, you saw that. I just don't really see the need. I mean, we've had so much Clone Wars at this point, and there's so many other things I could do. This is again Disney playing it safe. They saw that everybody had a boner over Ahsoka in season 7 of Clone Wars, so now they're like, well, how can we keep it going? Bad Batch. Instead of making, I don't know, a Darth Vader show or a Yoda show, or here's a crazy idea, Luke Skywalker.
Star Wars Visions will be a series of animated short films celebrating...
Hell, I would think even people would be down for a Chewie show. You could see Kashyyyk, you could see their culture, you could see Life Day in a less cheesy way, you could do all kinds of side missions, you could show Tarful and other connections. Kashyyyk's a massive planet. They have, while they live kind of primitively, they do have certain technologies. I mean, you could do, I don't know, it might get old real quick, like hearing them all, growling at each other, but I think you get what I'm saying is, Chewie's very charismatic. I think people would rather see that than Andor, honestly.
In the Star Wars.
Never enough Clone Wars. Yeah, I mean, hold on one second. Let me see. The Mandos, Bad Batch, so fast. Never enough Clone Wars. Okay. I have nothing against the clones. I always love the clones. I think they're awesome. One of my favorite Star Wars movies is Attack of the Clones. I love seeing 1 million Boba Fett's. So it's not that I'm opposed to them. I'm just saying we've seen so much clones at this point when they could do, a million other things. Darth Vader would have been badass. Yeah. Him and Mala go into the future without messing up canon. Yeah. Which they really, if Disney was going to play safe, well, then what they just should have done in the whole beginning is go 30 years or 100 years after Return of the Jedi and just do all new shit. Don't bring Luke and everybody else into it. But they chose to bring them into it, so now they have to suffer the consequences. According to an interview I saw, Filoni is trying to make a group of 80s action heroes mixed with Ninja Turtles, with clones, Rambo, Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Smart One, etc. Wouldn't surprise me. Dave Filoni's all over the damn place. I don't know about that. I haven't seen that interview, so I don't know. But Filoni has literally said he doesn't care about canon. So I mean, anything's possible. And I could see him being like, well, I'll just make all this stuff that I liked. I'll just use Star Wars as the platform. These shows could end up... These shows could end up funding those shows. Okay, maybe because earlier I said I don't know how they're going to make these shows, or that probably half of them. Maybe, yeah. I mean, I can't imagine the Bad Batch is very cheap to make. It's a lot of animation. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It all, everything's relative. To me, they're spending about $15 million per episode of Mandalorian. That's a lot of money. But when you look at the big scale of things, if that's their number one show on Disney Plus and it's bringing in subscribers, it's kind of cheap per episode. Depends on how you look at it, right? So the thing is, let's go back 5 years before this whole mess started. I would be like, well, Disney's massive. They've got tons of resources and just billions of dollars, so they could make 30 shows. But we're talking about 2020, where everything's shut down. Disney's over $50 billion in debt. A big part of this Investor Day was not so literal, guys. Don't think that all 10 of those shows are going to come out, because they're not. What they're doing is two things. One, they're trying to make everybody, especially the investors, feel okay. They're like, oh, we got all this stuff coming. Don't worry. It's all planned out. We didn't plan out anything with Star Wars, but don't worry. We've got Star Wars all planned out. That's the biggest part of it, is the facade of, everything's okay. When if you've been paying attention, whether to me or to the news or to other streams, you're going to see that Disney's not okay. It's not like an opinion or me wanting them to be bad. It's a fact. They're not okay. They're in a very bad place. So part of it is them trying to show that everything's okay. And then the other part of that is they're literally fishing. They're trying to see, what are you guys going to react to? If everybody's like, oh my God, Bad Batch, well, then they know to proceed with the Bad Batch. If everybody had gotten excited about the Acolyte, they know to make the Acolyte. But ever since they mentioned the Acolyte, everybody's like, oh, Harvey Weinstein's assistant show. So they already know that one's going to tank. So the Acolyte, I very much doubt we're going to see. They're just throwing shit in the wind and seeing how you're going to react to it. And it's not to say that none of these shows are going to happen. I'm just saying, if you really think all 10 of those shows are coming, I think I can hope the Kenobi show leads to a Vader show. I mean, it's possible, if Kenobi does well and they got Anakin there, maybe, But I don't, again, Obi-Wan, seeing Luke, Ahsoka, that stuff isn't for you. Don't be fooled by Disney. They're not doing it for you. They're doing it for them. They're doing it to save any kind of last grace and squeeze out every last penny and get as much excitement out of you, because they know for basically the next 2 years they don't got nothing. Filoni is bad about ripping off anime. He's bad about ripping off all kinds of stuff. And so is Disney. Disney Plus cost is increasing $1 in 2021, maybe more as subs increase. Yeah. But again, it's like I tell you guys, do some simple math. What are they at? Like 83 billion subscribers, roughly. Times that by 7. And while that's going to come up to a big number, is it 50 billion in debt big of a number? No, it's not. So obviously they're not going to be able to outweigh their debt with what they're bringing in with Disney Plus. To me and you, they're probably making hundreds of millions a month off of Disney Plus. Okay. But when you're 50 billion in debt, that doesn't do anything for you. Plus the parks are closed, plus the hotels are closed, plus the cruise lines are closed. Disney Plus isn't doing anything for Disney. It's barely keeping the lights on. Keep in mind the 11 million annual payment to their CFO. Yes, the bonus that they just gave. What's her name? Yep. Visions. I think Visions will happen because it's just some artwork, and I think it will be very cool. I again love anime. I've always loved Japanese art and anime, and I think it has the potential to be very awesome if they let skilled Japanese artists just do their own renditions of Star Wars. But what I'm afraid of, it's not going to be that. It's going to be Kathy saying, okay, here are 10 artists, here's 10 concepts that we want you to specifically draw about. And this is the story of that concept. So draw something that covers that concept. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm assuming that that's what's going to happen. And that's just not very genuine art if it's not them just, creatively making their vision of Star Wars. I think it would be very cool because for those that don't know, Japan has always been a big fan and supporter of Star Wars. China hates it. China doesn't like Star Wars. Got news for you. Japan has always loved it. Which is funny because they're neighbors. But that's the world. Japan has a lot of awesome Star Wars art and toys and cosplay. You think, well, there is some awesome cosplay here in the States, but man, you should see some of the stuff. Darth Vader and Boba Fett are super huge in Japan. They tend to like the Empire more, it seems. But, of course, they love Luke and all that. But anyways, the point is Japan loves and has always loved Star Wars, and they would be able to come up with some really cool stuff. But I don't think it's going to be that open. I think it's going to be very, we want you to draw this in your style. Have you seen the Vinland Saga anime? No, I don't know that one. I'm not an anime expert, but I know quite a few, like, Fist of the North Star, Akira, Princess Mononoke, Castle in the Sky, a lot of cool ones. Maybe more kind of mainstream. I'm not like a hardcore anime, but I've seen quite a few in my day. Japan's EU covers are awesome. Yes, they are. Japan makes beautiful Star Wars stuff.
Wars Galaxy through the lens of the world's best anime creators. This anthology collection will bring 10 fantastic visions from several of the leading Japanese anime studios, offering a fresh and diverse cultural perspective to...
I bet my YouTube channel that a 10-year-old Japanese kid in the middle of Tokyo knows more about fucking Star Wars than Kathleen Kennedy does.
Star Wars. Lando Calrissian is the galaxy's smoothest, most notorious scoundrel, and he'll return in a brand new event series for Disney+. Justin Simeon, creator of the critically acclaimed and hugely popular Dear White People, is developing...
Because Disney, doesn't have any agendas or put any agendas into their stuff.
...the story with us now. A massive Star Wars fan himself, Justin has put together a reel to give you a sense of the style, tone, and irresistible swagger of our upcoming series, Lando. Take a look.
So here we go again with the play button. And it's like, okay, you on a public thing say you're going to do something and show us, and yet you don't show us. Now, again, I know that the investors saw little clips of whatever, but it's just like, right now, Disney, you need to be showing everything. I'm not sure about the retcon theory for the Disney trilogy. Dave Filoni seems to respect Rian Johnson a lot. Yes, he does like Rian Johnson. Yes, Dave Filoni was part of the sequel trilogy. He consulted on all of the movies, and part of this mess is his fault because he's supposed to be the keeper of the flame, and he's sitting up there with Rian Johnson allowing the nonsense to happen with fucking Luke Skywalker. So Dave Filoni was a part and is also partly responsible for this fucking sequel trilogy. That is a fact. And yes, I don't argue at all that they're not gonna. Months ago, I thought they were gonna do it because their situation, it's kind of like they're only out. But what they did is they doubled down, and now they're like trying to sell you in all these shows. But have you noticed? Nobody's mentioned Rey or Kylo or the sequel trilogy or The Last Jedi or any of that. We do because we're fans and we talk about it. But Disney has not had nothing to do with the sequel trilogy since last December when The Rise of Skywalker came out. They don't talk about it. They don't mention it. It's not anywhere to be found. Pando Lando. Yes, the Pando TV show is going to be garbage. I'm sure it will be. They are tricking everyone. Always two there are. Yes. Just one moment. Oh, boy, Kathy.
Leslie Headland, Emmy-nominated creator of the mind-bending series Russian Doll.
The mind-bending. I did watch Russian Doll. That's a weird show. I don't know if I like it or not because it's just all over the damn place. It was kind of repetitive. I mean, I see the gears in her head, right? Because of that show. So it's not that she's stupid, but it's also kind of like all over the place. And the show, like, how can I describe it? It's like this girl, like kind of like Groundhog Day, like the same thing keeps happening and over until she does something different. So, I don't know. I suppose it's like The Last Jedi. Some people are going to say, oh my God, it's brilliant. And then other people are going to be like, this is a kooky mess. They're tricking everyone. Always too, there are. By the way, D, a couple months ago, you said that you were watching Dark per my recommendation. I assume you have finished it, and I never heard. How did you enjoy it? What did you think about it? I'm curious to know what you thought of Dark. And anyone else, if you have not seen Dark, you need to go see it because it's probably the best show that came out in the past few years. Definitely last year. Far and away, Umbrella Academy or The Boys or whatever popular stuff. Dark is like a whole other level. Best things I've seen is Cobra Kai and Dark. Those two shows are like on a whole other level from everything else. Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant. Yes, I really like Dark. Thanks for the referral. Okay, cool. Where can I watch it? Dark was, man, it's been a while now. I don't remember. I think it was HBO. Just search it. You'll find it. It's a German show, so they're speaking in German. You got to read subtitles, but it's not like annoying or anything. It's really good. Fantastic story. Great character arts. Beautiful sets and scenery and effects and all kinds of stuff. I don't really want to give anything away, but it's a mind fuck because it kind of jumps around in time and characters and kind of like planes too. Not like sporadically and too much, but it does jump around. It's a bit of a mindfuck show. But I mean, you talk about story writing and character development and investment in the characters. It's kind of like the things jump around, so you get lost. But then, like later, and it might be a couple episodes later, or it might be later in the episode, things come back and it realigns. It's not like, okay, well, we just threw this out and now we're over here. It's like on purpose. It's going here, there, and other places, but it's all like very consistent and well written. It's really well done. Whoever wrote it or the team that wrote it, like that's how you're supposed to do it. Really sit down and think it through, and they thought it through. And it's much more complex than Star Wars. It's really, I can't recommend it. Netflix, yeah, it might have been Netflix. It's been months, so now I don't remember. I'm not really a TV guy. I pretty much just watch YouTube. But I can't recommend it enough. I mean, literally in my lifetime, that's one of the best shows I've ever seen, and not even questioned in the past couple of years. Dark is just a whole other level. And Cobra Kai is coming in a few weeks. That'll be cool.
Is a boldly innovative filmmaker bringing her new Star Wars series.
Boldly innovative filmmaker. Has she made any films? I don't know. I mean, I don't really know her resume, but
To Disney Plus. The Acolyte is a mystery thriller that will take us into a galaxy of shadowy secrets and emerging dark side powers in the final days of the High Republic era.
in the final days of the High Republic era. Okay, so for anyone that's not sure, the High Republic is 200 years before the Phantom Menace. The Phantom Menace is 32 BBY, 32 years before the Death Star, Luke. So High Republic is 200 years before that. They claim there's no hyperspace, but if you watch my channel, you know that I've shown that there's 50,000 years of oh my God. Like literally 50,000 years of Star Wars history, and they were traveling around in hyperspace having great ancient wars between Sith and Mandalorians and Jedi, and Dave Filoni and everybody at Disney's fucking clueless. Anyways, so roughly 200 years before Phantom Menace, at the end of that era is where the Acolyte will be. Now, what is she going to do? High Republic's going to be a train wreck. What is she going to do? Jumping off of that into the prequels? Oh, boy. Dark and The Expanse rank very high in my book for new shows. Show Evil only showed up at the end of the High Republic. So Show Evil, I'm not sure what you mean there. You know, a lot of people tell me, well, not necessarily tell me directly, but a lot of people talk about The Expanse. I've been meaning to watch it. I have never watched an episode, so I can't comment, but I know a lot of people say it's really good. So one of these days, I'll get around to watching it. In the High Republic era, they are just starting to go to the Outer Rim. Yes. And meanwhile, Star Wars fans have been having ancient wars since like 36,000 BC or BBY. It's just stupid.
As we continue to develop new stories, the intersection of animation and visual effects offers new opportunities for us to explore. Lucasfilm Animation will be teaming up with our unparalleled visual effects team ILM to develop a special Star Wars adventure for Disney Plus, a droid story. This epic journey will introduce us to a...
For anyone that's younger, we had this like 30 years ago. Just saying.
New hero guided by our most iconic duo, R2-D2 and C-3PO, on a special mission known only to them. What could possibly go wrong?
Well, Disney could make it. Kathleen Kennedy could be involved with it. That's what could go wrong. High Republic era, right? Get out of room. Expanse takes first 2 seasons to get going. Slow burn. I can deal with the slow burn as long as it's worth, in the end, that there's something going on. How does George feel about all this? I think George is way beyond caring, to tell you the truth. He's not at all involved. He's not been around. He's, after a while, I think the best way to explain that is think of an old girlfriend. You like maybe at first you're kind of bothered and upset, but then you see her like 2 years later. I mean, do you even give a damn? So I think that's where George is at. He's very happy. He made the decisions he made. And it's such a mess right now that the only way would be like he would literally have to wipe out everything. And then you're going to have everybody crying, oh, but the Clone Wars and the Mandalorian, it was so good. So, you really can't win there. George would have no choice but to come in and wipe it all out because it all contradicts the OT and the PT. So he would, even if he wanted to be nice, which I doubt he does, but even if he wanted to please the fan, he can't. I mean, you would have to literally just blip it all out. So ironic, yes. What could go wrong? Miller is my favorite part about Expanse episode 1, 2. Yeah, I got to check it out one of these days. I would like to see George's museum. Yeah, me too. I would like to someday. Granted, that's majorly delayed, but they have been working on it. I pay attention to the Twitter. And every now and then they show updates of stuff going on. It's probably a few years off. It's big. It's a huge project. But it looks like it'd be pretty cool. But if you would like to see his museum at the time being, it's actually under siege. So the construction has been delayed. And we need a new hero because Lucas Museum is in pretty bad shape right now. All right, Miss Kathy.
Outside of the Star Wars galaxy, we're expanding Lucasfilm's presence on Disney Plus with another beloved in the spirit.
Okay, Willow, I'm going to skip.
We have a wondrous march, and we also,
which I liked Willow. Growing up, I saw Willow. I had nothing against it. Just I don't know. I'm so over Disney. Like, who cares about Willow?
we'll have some news to share on our theatrical slate. This is Ferrari, and of course, and will be released in July, perfectly paired with Lucasfilm's. Our slate is expanding further.
Okay. Indiana Jones. They're claiming Harrison is on board. I don't know. He's pretty old, and I don't know that he really would be that interested, especially after the fallout from the last one. But, okay, they're claiming he's on board. We'll see. Maybe it's just a cameo. Maybe they're blowing it up. But all I can tell you, if you're going to make an Indiana Jones without George Lucas and without Steven Spielberg, good luck. We're all counting on you.
With a story that will introduce a new hero.
That's epic. You like my George Lucas Museum? That took me like, man, that was from my very first video. That scene took me at least a week, maybe 2 weeks, because all those little TIE fighters and stuff, those are all green screen and separate elements. The original recording has my narration over it, so I took out the sound, but you actually hear the TIE fighters, going by. That was, man, that scene was tricky because you have to key up, you have to do the proper key on the green screen so that you don't see the green effects, and then overlapping them, and which ship comes in where and how, and the timing, and like it might not look like much, but if you actually really watch that little scene, you're gonna be like, holy shit. There's easily 100 things on the screen going on. There's a little Sith girl dancing and doing stuff. Vader's checking her out. There's little stuff going on in the corner with the some stormtroopers or something. It's been a while, but yeah, that's a fun little thing I did. That was from my first video.
And explore an original world that feels perfectly paired with Lucasfilm storytelling. We're proud to bring to the screen author Tomi Adeyemi's New York Times best-selling novel, Children of Blood and Bone.
Okay, just real quick. This is like some woke agenda mess, whatever. But if Lucasfilm wants to do that, that's okay. You see, this is, again, like them not getting it. If you want to do that shit, okay, there you go. Children of Blood and Bone. You make your little side story and you get your little woke friends and you sell 3 books. Cool. The issue is when you want to bring that shit into pre-established franchises like Star Wars or Marvel or whatever else. That's where you're messing up, Disney. Because at the end of the day, if you want to make something for LGBTQ or handicapped guys or, elephant women or whatever, well, then do what you want to do. But just don't mess with things that have 40 years of freaking history behind them.
This story will center around its list of our Star
nobody
Wars
cares.
theatrical slate is pushing forward into a new future era. As we announced recently, we're currently developing a brand new Star Wars feature with acclaimed filmmaker, Academy Award winner Taika Waititi. Taika's approach to Star Wars will be fresh, unexpected, and unique. His enormous talent.
Don't try to be political and freaking everything. Yes, Chaos, I believe is how you pronounce your name. Absolutely, thank you for being here. Yeah, it's okay if a woman is the hero. It's okay if the show is gay. It's okay, whatever you guys want to do. Just don't mess with stuff that's pre-established and try to change it. That's the problem. Just keep that nonsense out of Star Wars. Taika, I think he's talented, but he's also very eclectic, and Andy Warhol comes to my mind. So he's going to be kind of like another Rian Johnson. He's going to do some shit, and some people are going to be like, oh my God, this is so genius and so artistic. And then 90% of the rest of the Earthlings are going to be like, what the fuck was that? That's what we're going to get with Taika. Okay? With his psychedelic 1970s groovy cartoon, Star Wars letters, and his eclectic mind and his Thor female. You all are going to be in for a real fun ride. And he himself said, well, I can't wait to ruin Star Wars.
And
he literally said that.
Sense of humor will ensure that audiences are in for an unforgettable ride.
People were talking about this gem as this scene right here was copied from somewhere. I don't remember where it was, but I saw an article that Disney lifted this off of it was a cartoon or a show or something. This scene right here is literally lifted. It's slightly altered, but it was lifted from someone else's art. And it has this big diamond thing. I just saw that like 2 days ago.
He's currently hard at work writing this next adventure. And to close today.
I heard Taika's movie is in the Old Republic, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. I don't know. He does not care about canon. No, he doesn't. He's totally going to just make his own groovelistic movie, which could be fun. And as long as it's not like a sequel trilogy, Skywalker saga, okay, make a side movie, whatever. But is that really Star Wars making a flavor for everyone? It is what it is, You can't make it for everybody. You can't twist and bend things to make it work for everybody. Either, you like this guy or you don't. I don't think I ever showed you guys my Vader, huh? I don't know if you hear him. Can you see him? There you go. Yeah. A little candy dispenser. You put candy in him. And then when you hit his chest plate, I don't know if you guys could hear him, but he was breathing. and candy would come out. Little thing. And this guy, which I'm not sure if you see him again, the delay. Yeah, I guess you can see him. It's not Baby Yoda. I had this years before Baby Yoda was even mentioned. A friend of mine sent this to me years ago. Like, he contacted me out of the blue and was like, hey, I want to send you something. And I got this in the mail. I was so happy to get this little Yoda. I think he's awesome. His ear is a little bit funny because he's like I don't know if croquet is the right word, but something like that, you know? It's kind of like hand stitched. But anyways, I'd like to think that my friend sent me that because I was kind of like his Yoda. I think that's what he was, why he sent it to me. Anyways. So what are we on? Patty, what is it, Patty Jenkins?
I couldn't be more excited.
You have the same one. What, the same Vader or the Yoda? The Vader, I'm guessing you mean? That looks cool. I think you mean the Yoda. It looks cool. You have the Vader candy thing? Coronation? Yeah, I really like my little Yoda. He's cool. And he's like kind of squishy. Not that I really use him for that, but he, you know, you could use him as like a stress ball. He's neat. I mean, he doesn't look old or really like Yoda, but you know, you get it. He's cool. He's unique, which I like that.
That our next
Hi, so you have the Vader thing? That's funny.
Star Wars.
Man, I've had that thing for years. I don't even remember where I got it. Made in China, of course. I don't see a date on here. Yeah, really, I don't even remember where I got him from. His battery keeps going, I know that.
Wars feature film will be directed by Patty Jenkins. Patty, director of the Wonder Woman franchise, will bring her inspired vision to Rogue Squadron. This story will introduce a new generation of starfighter pilots as they earn their wings and risk their lives in a boundary-pushing high-speed thrill ride. The legend of Rogue Squadron has been long beloved by Star Wars fans and will move us into a future era of the galaxy. Rogue Squadron will be released in theaters Christmas of 2023.
Okay. A couple notes on Rogue Squadron. For those that know Star Wars lore, that's books, very famous ones, very beloved ones. Disney's going to fuck it up, of course. They're not going to have Wedge and Luke like they're supposed to. And I can tell you that because she doesn't say it here, but in other interviews, we got the information that Rogue Squadron picks up right after the sequel trilogy. All paths lead to the sequel trilogy. Okay? So this show is right after the sequel trilogy. I also want to remind everyone that maybe 8 months or so ago, Kathleen Kennedy said, yes, absolutely, there will be a Star Wars female director. No, I don't care if you're purple or an alien or a female. If you're a good director and you want to make a Star Wars movie and you're qualified, okay, great, I got no problem with that. But when it's forced, like, we just got to get a woman that's going to direct a Star Wars movie, and then we're going to make it after the sequel trilogy, which ties in all this mess, and we're going to disregard the story of Luke and Wedge, and we're just going to make it some new thing that's forcing a woman director because we want the agenda of that. And then if you actually watch the trailer special about Rogue Squadron, what it's really about is that her father was an Air Force pilot and she grew up in that. So maybe Patty will do a good job. I don't know. I don't know the script. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe it will be a cool story, but it's not true to the canon. It's reincorporating the sequel trilogy. And I can totally, from a mile away, smell that this is going to be a documentary type film. It's not going to literally be Rogue Squadron. It's going to be, when I grew up as a young girl on the Air Force Base, I used to see jets and I used to dream of flying. And I really used to dream of flying in Star Wars as a Rogue One pilot. And her 6 girlfriends are going to be flying around as this elite Rogue Squadron. And it's going to become this whole, her personal story, docudrama agenda mess. So all paths lead to the sequel trilogy. They are bringing in a DC producer. Yes, they are. She did Wonder Woman, and she will be doing Rogue Squadron. Interesting, isn't it? There's only one Rogue Squadron, and it's about Corin Horn, not some lady. Exactly. Well, but now it is. I can't wait for Mary Sue's new Jedi Order and the new Republic and Rogue Squadron. Oh yeah, well, it's coming, so you're going to get your wish. All right, so let's recap here. First of all, understand something. Deep down, it breaks my heart that I'm like, Willow, Indiana Jones. Who gives a fuck? Okay, because those are two like amazing franchises from my childhood, and right now in 2020, I should be like, holy shit, a new Willow! Oh my god, a new Indiana Jones! And they're both going to be woke trash. We already know that. Lucas not being involved in any of this is already your fail. And then in Indiana Jones, no Lucas or Spielberg. Oh boy, good luck with that one. Here's what I say to that. Just a moment. Okay, that's what I think about Indiana Jones without Lucas or Spielberg. That's what you're going to get, okay? Oh man. But know that it sucks to say in 2020 like Willow, Indiana Jones, who gives a shit? Those should be two shining beacons in the film industry, and they're not anymore. They're just like whatever. Because remember that they didn't just kill Star Wars, they killed Lucasfilm and all that magic and ILM and all that other stuff. Bad Batch, I really could care less. I'm over clones. Bad Batch were way OP ridiculous in the Clone Wars. I'm sorry, but if Anakin can't sense ultramagnetic electromagnetic waves from across the planet, like what's his face, the leader of Bad Batch, well, I mean, come on, man. Crusher is just picking up troop transports and not just picking it up, but flipping it over. I mean, come on. It's stupid. This shit is dumb. No thank you, Bad Batch. If you guys want to watch it, enjoy it, but I won't be watching that trash. Acolyte, well, ain't nobody gonna watch that one. Andor, I've seen like 3 people are like, I can't wait to see him. Okay, good luck on that one. Everyone will watch Obi-Wan. We already know that, and that one's going to happen. Rangers of the New Republic, well, we'll see what that's about. That mess. Visions, I think will be cool. Mandalorian, well, we're going to get to that in a moment. Droid Story, we had that 30-some years ago. Why are we back at droids? Now you want to all of a sudden respect R2 and 3PO, huh? This docudrama mess. Lando, which I don't think will get made. They just threw that out just to see how you would react. Because they know there's a big crowd. To make Solo 2 happen, like that's ever going to happen. So they're just throwing out Lando just to see, like, you know, how do people feel about this? You need to add that list of the Book of Boba Fett. Yes, we're going to get to that as well. And how they purposely didn't talk about it here. Remember I said earlier that it's important, December of 2021 and the chapters. So we're going to talk about that. Back to droids, because guess what? We have kids too in 2020. Yeah, I mean, I suppose. But why shit all over R2-D2 for 3 movies, and now you're going to make a show about him? You see, if everything was a normal balance as it should be, and Star Wars didn't get totally trashed, then yeah, sure, have a droid show, have an R2 show, have a whatever show. But know that all of this shit is pandering. All of it. Every last piece of it. They know that Indiana Jones is going to be a mess without the 2 guys, but they're throwing it out there to pull you in. Willow, same thing. I mean, do you really want to see work now after what it's been 30, 40 years? I mean, I don't know. Bad Batch, they're just clinging on to the Clone Wars. Obi-Wan, well, we know everybody's going to get excited for that one. Acolyte, again, nobody's going to watch. Nobody cares. Andor, 3 people will watch. This could be Kara, so people will get interested. Lando, they're fishing. Mandalorian, of course. All of this is pandering. Rogue Squadron. I mean, it's all, especially these 2 right here. Acolyte and Rogue. And we have Ahsoka here, which we're going to talk about in a moment as well. So let's finish up. This is like the end of it. So let's hear what Kathy says, and we'll wrap this segment up, and then we'll go on to The Mandalorian. I would like you to make a video of the New Republic story. The High Republic is the age of Republic, set 200 years before the events of the Skywalker saga and 800 years after the fall of the Old Republic. Okay, I'm trying to think about this. First of all, I do have a video that talks about the High Republic. Project Luminous is set to retcon the George Lucas Star Wars. Okay, that video is there if you haven't seen it. I'm just trying to understand the request. I mean, for me to make a video of that, I would have to read all their stupid comics and books, and I'm most certainly not going to do that. If I was going to start reading Star Wars books again, I'm going to get EU stuff. I'm not going to waste my time with High Republic. So I'm not sure if that's what you meant. I mean, I'll cover it as I see stuff, which I always have. But as far as the New Republic, I know that something just came out, and I know that a bunch of stuff is coming out in January. But I can't imagine that I will be covering too much of that, because I'm not going to spend the time or money on their books. Come in January, I think, but Hay is new. Yes, it is in January, yes. Okay, so you're talking about, yes, the High Republic new stuff. I have touched on it in different videos. I do have that video, Project Luminous, that you can check out that talks about it. And things that I come across, I'll definitely report on it and talk about it, by all means. But actually making a video about that, the only way that I could really do that is to buy their stuff and read it, and that's not going to happen. And I wouldn't ask anyone to like buy that stuff and send it to me. I wouldn't want you to do that either. So going to be the new movies. Well, who knows? Maybe. Just keep in mind that's, you know, like you said, 200 years before Phantom Menace. So. And it's sad to me that I have absolutely no interest in reading those stories, because it would be neat to know about stuff before the Phantom Menace, right? We would all like to see that stuff, but not when when you guys at Disney are just figuring out hyperspace. I mean, seriously, we've known about hyperspace lanes for 40, 50,000 years, and you're now talking about, well, we're kind of just figuring out the Outer Rim. I mean, anyways.
You can see this is a new era for Star Wars and Lucasfilm, with expanded opportunities for continued innovation, high-quality storytelling, and cinematic experiences like never before. And now I'm pleased to introduce Courtney Monroe.
Just a moment. I want to go back
We all view
to.
GETTR and new mission legacy of the seventh and final season. During one of the into this last August at the D20
Is training with
film.
and our role of reps most week over 25 and state is featuring fan favorite Ahsoka Tano.
All right. Are you interested in something, or Star Wars is dead already? What do you like to see? Man, your heart. I'll talk about that in just 1 second. Oh, she just exudes energy. Yes, Kathleen. Camille Paglias thinks Revenge of the Sith is the greatest work of art in 30 years and won't watch The Force Awakens because it's not made by Lucas. I think that Sith is great. Is it the greatest piece of art in 30 years? No. Is it better than anything in the original trilogy? No. But it is great. Can't blame them for not watching The Force Awakens. Won't watch it because it's not made by Lucas. I can understand that. And I'm not saying that that person or anybody's less for watching them or not watching them, or less or more for watching them or not watching them. I personally, as I've said many times, it's not about me loving George Lucas, so whatever he did was good and whatever he doesn't do is bad. No, I went to see all the Disney stuff. I gave Disney plenty of chances and tries. But when it's garbage after garbage after garbage after garbage, and it's all breaking each other, and not just breaking the original story, but you're breaking your own stuff, Disney. Like 1 minute this, the next minute that. We're going to talk about some of that stuff in The Mandalorian here in just a moment. You know, I've watched pretty much everything that is Star Wars, period, from 77 to today. I haven't seen everything, but most of it. Even the fan fiction that is Disney. So I just think, you know, for anybody younger that's listening, first of all, you shouldn't just go off the opinion of someone else. Now, if you know that person, or, you know, maybe you watch my channel for like 3 years and you know that I'm not going to bullshit you, well, then you can go by what I'm telling you. But what I'm saying is in general, like, if you like a girl and another guy's like, oh, you shouldn't like her, or she's ugly, or whatever, it doesn't matter what he thinks. It matters what you think. So the opinion of others shouldn't matter too much. You should enjoy the things that you enjoy and do the things that you want to do. So don't let people sway you in that sense. Now, people that you trust in certain topics, okay, well, you can listen to what they say and, you know, build off of that. But what I'm getting at is I think that the smart thing in life, and no, we don't have time to watch everything and give everything a chance. I get it. But if you say you really love Star Wars, and I almost can't believe that I'm going to say this, you should really see as much of it as you can, even going into it knowing that it's some bullshit. You see, I can comment on The Mandalorian all day because I can break it down better than all of you. Why? Because I watch it very closely with a fine-tooth comb, and I make videos that show you that I found shit that nobody else found. And I've got 15 more chapters to cover. what I'm getting at is to be able to intelligently speak on something means that you have to have experienced it or listened to it or watched it or whatever. So for someone to just say they hate The Force Awakens without seeing it, in a way, I'm like, well, no, that's not that smart. Now, I get it. It does suck. And you've probably heard from 10 million people, you know, and then The Force Awakens is kind of the least of the problems, especially The Last Jedi. You know, I can understand if you never watch it. A lot of people have never watched The Rise of Skywalker for the same reason, and I get it. But just all I'm saying is don't limit yourself to the opinions of others, and don't cheat yourself of knowledge. Because I want to be clear, I went to see The Rise of Skywalker on opening day, but not because I was excited or wanted to support Disney or because I was happy about Star Wars. The complete opposite on all of it. First of all, I had a family member that worked at a theater. I got him free. Second, I do it for the channel. Third, I watch it so that I can sit here and tell you what the hell went on. I'm not speculating, making up, thinking. I saw the shit so I can comment on it. So what I'm saying is don't limit yourself ever to what someone else says or thinks. And especially if it's something that you're interested in, well, then take the time to get the knowledge in that, whether it be engineering or math or Star Wars or whatever. Another human being, whatever it may be, a hobby. Because you end up looking foolish if you don't know what you're talking about. Okay. So just don't miss out on life and things because of other people. Now, granted, if 6 billion people are saying that Star Wars is trash, well, you know, you can kind of believe that the shit is trash. Because, yeah, there's people that like the sequel trilogy. Yeah, there's people that bark real loud on Facebook. But if you really got all the people in a room that love this Disney stuff, it's just a few thousand people, guys. It's not, they didn't break box office records. They're not selling toys. Nobody talks about it. I mean, if anybody talks about Star Wars at all, it's because of Mandalorian. Nobody even remember. Does anybody remember Rey's name? So, yeah, I don't know. I just, for anyone out there, younger or older, whatever, but especially if you're younger, you know, just if you're going to talk about something, make sure you know what you're talking about. Just put it to you that way, and don't limit yourself, your pleasure, your curiosity. Again, I went to see The Rise of Skywalker not because I wanted to. I didn't enjoy it at all. I also wanted to see what the theater was like because I had been there in 77 and 80 and 83 and 99 and 03 and 05. I was there. Or 02 and 05. I was there. I saw the lines. I know what it was like. And I know when I went into The Rise of Skywalker, there was 8 people, including myself as one of those 8 people, on opening day for a Star Wars movie in Pittsburgh, not in Kalamazoo, in a big city. Like true science, right? True knowledge is sometimes you have to ingest things that you have no interest in. You have to understand other facets to be able to be intelligible on the certain facet that you want to talk about or participate in or whatever, you know. So anyways, I give everything a fair shot. Yeah, I mean, I try to. There's not always enough time to do everything, but just saying. For me, it's like The Lord of the Rings. The movies are great, but not perfect after you read the books. Yeah, you know, it seems like always the books are better. It's very rare that a movie's better than the books. I saw so many Rey and Finn figures at a store called Five Below. Yeah, I have Five Below around me. Nobody buys that shit. Listen, if you go on YouTube right now, or community forums or whatever, and you start looking up Star Wars collections, you're going to see all kinds of stuff. You know, there's the Vader freaks and this and that. But what you're going to see very consistently is, number one, Boba Fett. Like, he's got a massive collecting following. Number two, you're going to see a lot of clone stuff. People have these massive cases of clones. Like the clones have a huge following, and there's people that have like every little clone and different variants and, you know, extra troops and all that stuff. What I'm getting at is you can look around and look around and look around, and you're not going to see anybody with like, oh, look, I've got the play set up for, you know, Canto Bite, and I've got all the little aliens and, you know, the fake coins and the whole scene with the horses, and I've got that all. They don't even make those toys. Never mind, would anybody buy them? You don't see people with like, oh, look at my Rey collection. She's got 16 exclusive different figures, and, you know, she's all this and that. And nobody has a Rey toy. Nobody. Yes, there's some 6-year-old girl in Kansas that has one, but she's the only person. Rose Ticos line the stores, not 3 of them, like stacks of Rose Ticos. So, anyways, one YouTuber was able to make a tower out of Rose Ticos. You're probably talking about world-class bullshitters, Jeff, that he's actually done a lot of the Star Wars toy videos, but he did one not too long ago where he stacked up a bunch of Rose Ticos. That's probably what you're talking about. Although I'm sure there's probably more videos of that nonsense. I like the Dark Side Anakin Funko. I don't know that I've seen that. Sounds cool. Those $4 Rose Ticos make good custom fodder. Make good custom fodder, though. Yes, I'm sure they do. Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, Jeff from Oracle. Yeah. I watch a lot of channels. I watch YouTube. I don't really watch TV or anything anymore. Here and there I will, but I'm pretty much on the computer all day. Okay, so Ahsoka. Few things. One, we don't know. It's very likely that it's a limited series like the Obi-Wan. We don't know. We don't know if it's a full series or what, but I have a feeling it's going to be a limited, like 4-episode type of thing. We'll see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to connect before I get into Ahsoka. You all see these symbols in her logo. We all know what that is. I don't have to explain it to you. We all know what that's referring to. What do you think is going to happen with the Ahsoka series? It's in the Mandalorian timeline. So I think, for one, that these shows are all going to crisscross. You're going to see them jumping into each other's worlds. That's one. Ahsoka, I think, is going to be a limited show, and Ahsoka is going to be another Baby Yoda. Ahsoka is a divisive tool to convince you about the sequel trilogy. Here's the thing. Dave Filoni was involved with the sequel trilogy. He has out of his mouth said so. So he's part of why we got the trash that we got and the mess that we have. Outside of his own personal things like Clone Wars and Rebels and retconning himself and Mandalorian, and Boba's a Mandalorian today, but then he's not tomorrow, but then he is again. So once the sequel trilogy was there and they realized, oops, we fucked up and this is a huge mess and everybody's pissed, well, then at that point they were like, well, fuck it. We got no rules at this point. Let's just go and do whatever, and we'll just make any excuse to interconnect everything. So, in a way, the sequel trilogy stupidity is what gave Filoni the green light to start this Ahsoka nonsense. Because at that point, if you got Emperor Palpatine in freaking episode 9 of Star Wars, well, then what does it matter that Ahsoka's in episode 4? You see? So Ahsoka is, again, not going to be for you. It's not what you think. It's not about, oh, I get to see Ahsoka live action. She's going to be flipping around and be a badass and all that. And yes, they'll probably do some of that just, you know, for the show of it. But at the end of the day, Ahsoka is not about you. Ahsoka is about the world between worlds. Ahsoka is about justifying multiple timelines, time travel, and connecting while also disconnecting the sequel trilogy. In other words, they're going to kind of loosely say, well, you know, in another time and place, you know, this is what happened, but it did really happen. Okay? And the problem here, I'm always looking at the bigger picture because I could care less about little Ahsoka or this little character or that. I'm always looking at this. Whereas Filoni's just the backwards. Filoni has this, and he's thinking about, how can I make Ahsoka look cool? Me, I'm always thinking about, well, if you put Ahsoka here, well, then here's all the ripples of what's going to happen here. That's always how my brain is working. I'm 10 steps ahead of Disney, 1,000 steps ahead of Disney. I'm always looking at the bigger picture. So Ahsoka is not about you. It's not about a cool show. It's going to be a 4 to 6 episode. This is why the sequel trilogy is valid. Now, the problem, because some people are going to say, well, cool, they're going to disconnect the sequel trilogy from being official canon. It's like an alternate timeline, but be careful what you ask for because they think they're slick. Because now, if you can take the sequel trilogy, their own creation, and say that it's not really canon, you know, it's like in the universe, it's like a side thing. Well, then guess what they're going to do? They're going to turn right back around and be like, oh yeah, the prequel, you know, it's just a side story. You know, it could be an alternate. And then now the High Republic's going to come, and Acolyte's going to come, and they're going to start twisting and turning things. And we just came up with hyperspace and all this shit, and now the prequel is a totally different thing and not canon. Then a few months or years will go by, and they'll be like, well, you know, this world between worlds thing, well, the OT was never really canon. You know, that's just a side universe, and what could have happened. Okay, so this is not about Ahsoka or the sequel trilogy, or it's about, and I've said this a long time ago from the beginning of Not My Star Wars, it's about destroying the OT and the PT. Obviously, the crown jewel, the OT. And that's what they're doing. I've shown you guys over the months tons of examples where they're literally shrinking in on the Skywalker saga of 6 movies. And they're going to fuck up the beginning of the prequels to throw that off canter. Then they're going to do the same thing with the OT. So what I'm getting at is the Ahsoka show is really not going to be much of anything other than justifying these worlds so that they can justify her going back and getting Grogu, because Grogu validates Rey, and by validating Rey, you now validate the Disney sequel trilogy. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I think or what happens in Ahsoka, because the true point of Ahsoka is to retcon the OT. They're literally already doing it because she's not supposed to be alive. So really, they've already retconned the OT. It's just people aren't like accepting it or understanding it, but they literally already have retconned the OT. It's sad to me that everybody's not pulling their hair out and yelling at Disney about it, but everybody's so excited to see Ahsoka, and oh my God, Luke, a green lightsaber, wow. And yet you're not realizing that Disney is playing the shit out of you and setting up the fall of Star Wars, the true crown jewels. There was a picture of Luke Skywalker with a giant red X on his face. Yes, I have that image. I believe I put it in a video or had it in one of my streams. Yep, right in the Lucasfilm office. What do you think is going to happen in the Ahsoka? I'll get back to that in one moment. Ahsoka is looking for Thrawn because Ezra Miller sacrificed himself at the end of Rebels, and she knows he's alive. Yeah, and I'll talk about that in a second. So Ahsoka and Sabine are in this quest. Yes, most likely. Thrawn and Ezra are in the same place when the Force whales took them to another dimension. Yes, I remember that. Okay, so start connecting the dots. They bring in Ahsoka. Okay, they bring in Grogu so that he force heals. He validates Rey. They bring in Ahsoka so that they now validate Grogu, because Ahsoka says that he was in the temple on Coruscant. No, he wasn't. And that many Jedi trained him. No, they didn't. And that he's been around. No, he wasn't. But okay. So now with Ahsoka, they justify Baby Yoda, who Baby Yoda justifies Rey. With Ahsoka, you now also are going to justify the war between worlds. So now again, everything becomes now loose alternate timelines. The Mandalorian, like I showed you that quote in the beginning of the stream, is maybe before Rebels, according to Filoni. Although we know the Mandalorian is 5 years after Jedi. But now Filoni's saying, well, you know, it might be before Rebels because, you know, canon doesn't matter. So they're going to twist it and turn it every which way they can so that it all intersects. They're doing it. I've been showing you over the months. So then Ahsoka mentions Thrawn. Why would Ahsoka be chasing Thrawn? Oh, because now they need to justify Rebels. And we're going to talk a little bit more about Rebels and Mandalorian as we get more into it. But you're going to see where Filoni's retconning himself. So anyways, the Ahsoka show, I have no clue. She's hunting Thrawn, I guess. But if she finds, okay, think of the consequences. If she's chasing Thrawn, why and how is she going to find him? Okay, we're looking at it right here. So then she's going to run into Ezra. And now we opened up the Rebels can of worms. You understand? Thrawn isn't there for you. Thrawn is there to justify Ahsoka traveling through fucking time, which does not exist in Star Wars, Dave Filoni. But now we're going to start time traveling. Okay? And we're going to start going between worlds. And we're going to start looking on different planes. And now this is canon, but not really. Okay? It's all steps, guys. It's not about giving you what you want. They didn't give you Luke for you. They gave you Luke to set up the retcons. They're giving you Ahsoka to set up Grogu, to set up Thrawn, to set up Rebels, to set up Ezra, to set up the fucking world between worlds. That's what they're doing. It's not about you. It's not about you being happy or satisfied. It's about how can they cleverly put them to weave together into the sequel trilogy. What is the painting in the back? You're talking about Ahsoka's thing? It looks like a star chart of some sort. And this here, I was looking at it closer. I don't think it's letters. It's just like kind of I mean, it could be symbols or some sort of hieroglyphics, but it looks kind of like choppy. It doesn't really look like it's some sort of letter. It's more like ornamentation. And this is literally showing you points in the galaxy. Okay, you see there's a point here and there's a point here, and here's that bridge, and here's a central point, and from the central point you have all these different paths. So here, let me translate it for you. Here's the OT, here's the PT, here's the ST, here's Rebels, here's the Clone Wars cartoon, here's Bad Batch, here's X-Wing Squadrons. I mean, not in that specific order, but do you see what I'm getting at? where all of this is interconnected and you can like travel between them, but in reality, they're not all in one flat continuity because they all conflict with each other. Disney has made such a mess of this that none of it coincides with each other. So what they have to do is now make different points throughout the galaxy to justify the existence of all this mess. Because now they can just say, well, but, you know, Rebels is over here and the OT's over here, and they're just, you know, they're in the same world, you know, like the expanded universe, but it's not really canon because they're not in the same exact direct timeline and in the same continuity, because this is like a mirror world, and you would only really see Rebels if Ezra came through this door, but then you would see Clone Wars if Ezra came through this door. So then that means that the OT would be canon if you came through this door, but since you're coming through the Mickey Mouse door, the sequel trilogy is canon. That's what that means. That's what that is. Oh, the painting in the back of me at my house. That's funny. But yes, the time circles. That's exactly what that is. The painting is like a courtyard, and there's a table there. Looks like Italy. I don't know, like the artist, or it's not a specific painting. It's just a painting that I liked. So it wasn't expensive or anything. It's not like, to me, it kind of looks like a courtyard and an Italian vineyard, and there's a table there. I don't know if you guys can see it, but that's funny that you're asking about that. The Mickey Mouse door. Yes, the Mickey Mouse door. The Mickey Mouse door, though, is very elusive because the Mickey Mouse door jumps around. You see, it's not like the Mickey Mouse door is just here and you got to avoid that door. No, it's like every time you, I'm trying to think of like, you know, like the escape rooms where like the room is this configuration and then after so long it like changes configuration. Well, the same thing here. Like the Mickey Mouse door is here, but then if you turn around or look away, well, oh, there it is. And then, you know, Ahsoka, well, she needs to go to the OT, so here's the Mickey Mouse door. But then, you know, when Ezra needs to get to the ST, well, the Mickey Mouse door moved over here. Oh man, the Mickey Mouse door. So the Luke and Mandalorian is no Luke in the sequel trilogy, in the same timeline. Well, you tell me, can that be Luke in the sequel trilogy? Did that Luke, and we're going to talk about it. I think he looked really terrible. But, okay, let's say that's Return of the Jedi Luke. Is that Luke, the optimistic, brave, caring, super powerful, you know, Jedi that just saved the galaxy? Is that what you saw in Jake? So, obviously, no, it can't be the same timeline because Disney can tell me whatever little nonsense story they want, but you don't go from that guy to Jake. No. If something strange happened, like let's say he redeemed Vader, Vader lived, Vader got his trust, but then Vader actually ended up betraying him and kills Leia and makes a whole big mess. Well, then I could see Luke like saying, well, I denounce everything because, you know, but that's not what happened. Luke saved the galaxy. Everybody was happy. He was the biggest hero in all of the universe. So there's no reason for him to be a nasty titty milk drinking hermit. So that in itself shows you that they can't be the same timeline. They can't be the same Luke because obviously they're not the same Luke, regardless of years. You can gain cynicism. Some of your mentality and attitude changes throughout the years. But to go from hero of the galaxy to complete, I don't give a fuck asshole, it doesn't work that way. Unless, again, you had some sort of trauma, but then you have to explain and show that trauma. You don't just say, well, you know, I realized the Jedi were dumbasses, so I exiled myself on an island and I became an asshole, And by the way, I know you, my sister, my brother-in-law, and the entire galaxy needs me, but
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
you know, that's Luke Skywalker. So it has to be an alternate timeline. I mean, it doesn't have to. Disney can continue with their story that Luke was just an asshole. But because they've lost over half of the fans, because they've lost tons of money, and because they know that nobody gives a shit about Star Wars, well, then that's why they put Luke in The Mandalorian. Just to appease you. Just to say, oh, see, we care. Just to save their asses, because it wasn't truly about you. It was about them. I hope it's not the same, Luke. Yeah, well, none of us do. Unfortunately, that's what we got right now. Because what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. Ask Filoni. What the fuck? Seeing a Luke again was great, but knowing he will become Jake was depressing. Yeah, that's the thing. And I'm gonna get into it, but at the end of the day, all that shit was real cute and fancy, but it really didn't touch me because all paths lead to the sequel trilogy. So you can do all the fancy little cutesy shit you want, but until Disney flat out apologizes and says, we're sorry, we fucked up, and the sequel trilogy is gone, you can just pretend that shit never happened, because that is no way Luke Skywalker, well, then that little shit on The Mandalorian means nothing. Nothing. It means nothing. You ship your stuff to Puerto Rico. I want your freaking coffee mug. I'm lost on that one. My coffee mug? This? Are you talking to me? What's going on there? PR is the same rate. Are you talking to somebody else? Or do you want my painting? They're trying to Rick and Morty their way out of this mess. Yes, they are. But it's like I've said in many streams. You, as a small child, think you're slick, so you tell a lie, like your parents aren't going to know. Then they call you on it, so now you tell another lie to cover up the first lie. Then you got to tell a third lie to cover up the first two lies. Now you're on your seventh lie because you lied all the other times. So now you're trying to cover and cover and cover. And it gets to a point where you can't cover any of the holes because you've made too many of them. And that's what Dave Filoni has done with Star Wars. Now we've got 80,000 holes in the Star Wars story, and he's trying to plug holes. So now I have to justify Rey, so then I got to justify Grogu. So it means I got to justify Ahsoka because I got to justify Thrawn, because I got to justify Luke, because I got to justify the timeline, because we have to fix the mess of the sequel trilogy. You have a store, right? Oh, my mug. Okay, sorry. I got so much on my mind. Me ship it to Puerto Rico? Are you saying that it won't ship to Puerto Rico? Is that the problem? And are you saying for me to buy it and then ship it to you? Is that what you're saying? Because that could possibly happen. If for some reason you can't get it, then yeah, I would do that. We'll have to figure out a way to do it. But yeah, I would be happy to do that if that's you're just asking. I don't know officially. I think that it would. I think it ships to pretty much anywhere. That ironically, I build websites, but that's not something I built. That's like kind of a pre-made store for YouTubers. So I don't know the back end of it as far as like when I say back end, I don't know how much any of you know front end and back end, but back end is like inside the administrator of the store. So I don't know the mechanics of the shipping because I didn't set up the shipping, if that makes sense. That's like a pre-made store kind of. So you would have to test. Just try it, see if you can. I don't have a PR address, so I can't really try it. But you could try it. Just put in your address and see if it would work. You don't have to necessarily buy anything. You can test it. But I don't have that answer because I personally didn't build the page. It's like a pre-made thing. So that's why Ray is all powerful. Yes. And we're going to talk more about that in a bit. I'm just asking, alternative timeline. Yep. Talent without training is nothing. Tell that to Ray Palpatine. Yes. And not only did Ahsoka say that, but then Luke said that, which is, just craziness too. It's like they're making fun of the sequel trilogy, but yet threading it in. Which is, aligned with the alternate timeline. That Rey is just some like bizarro world side timeline. But again, that does not work for me personally. You all, whatever you all feel. But me, that is unacceptable for two very obvious reasons. Number one, like I said a minute ago, if you justify making the ST separate, well, then now they have the argument that the OT was something canon. We don't know. It's just there, it's in space and it's in the Star Wars world. It could be canon. It could not be. It could, the OT could maybe possibly be before the PT because, possibly. I'm just saying, it's possible. Dave Filoni. So that's the first problem. And the second problem is I want Disney to bend their fucking knee and apologize to me for all the bullshit and say, I'm sorry, we fucked up. We've cleared it out. We want you guys back, and we're going to do everything we can to get you back. It's plain and simple. That's me. I want a public apology from Disney. Most or many of you, maybe that doesn't matter to you. But to me, you want Now My Star Wars to support Disney? They got a long road of begging. A long road of apologizing. What is the best way to support me? Well, there's a few ways. Give me 1 second. I'm a computer science student. Lucasfilm dug a very deep hole with the sequel trilogy that will be hard to get out of. Impossible. That's the thing. There's no way to get out of it. They're trying, right? Ahsoka, Thrawn, Luke, Mandalorian, Baby Yoda, Rangers, all this stuff. They're trying. But what they are seeing, and what I'm 1,000 steps ahead of Disney, I can already tell them the conclusion. There is no way out. You can't get out of destroying Luke Skywalker. There's only one way out of that. Wiping it out. It didn't exist. And because of Disney's pride, and because they spent hundreds of millions of dollars, and because there's going to be little crybaby ninnies that, I love Rey, I can't believe you deleted her, they're going to just make it a side story. So, while that's much better, and it helps that it's not official canon, whatever, at the same time, it's still there, and you're still going to have little punk kids growing up thinking that Rey is the great thing, and that Luke's an idiot, and all that stuff, and that, to me, is unacceptable. So, you can't get out of the hole. It's just like the lie example I gave you. Once you make that first lie, there's no way out of it. The only way out of it is to come clean. You understand? You have to eventually, after the 80 lies you told to cover up all the mess that you made, the only way is to come clean. You have to tell the truth. And it's the same thing with the sequel trilogy. The only way you can keep digging and digging and digging and climbing, and you're not going to get out of that hole. The only way is to come clean, to apologize and start over. That's the only way. It's the only way. Best way to support me? Well, you've got several options. There's links all through the descriptions of all my videos. You can buy merchandise. You can do a one-time donation. You could join the Patreon or Subscribestar, although I don't really use them too much. The best way, like monetarily wise, is to become a channel member, which I don't know how much you guys know about channel memberships, but right next to the subscribe button is the join button, and you can become a member. $2 on up a month. So, and that gives you little perks. That's like the most direct kind of best way, I suppose. But, If you bought a shirt or a mug or something, sure, I would love to see that, and I'd be happy for you to support that way or any way you like. If you look in the again, the description, you'll see there's the members, there's merch, there's where you can leave a tip through Streamlabs, and you can also do like a one-time tip through PayPal. So there's several ways if you're interested, and I appreciate it. One of the best ways is obviously to come to the live streams, like the stuff, share it, talk about it. But I think monetarily, if that's what interests you or anyone, the best way is either join as a member monthly, do right on YouTube, or you can make you could do a super chat, you could do a PayPal donation, whatever. Okay, so let's get into the Mandalorian, I suppose. We've been touching on it anyways. I think that Filoni really needs to
get your ass to Mars. Get your ass to Mars.
That's what I think. Okay, hopefully this is going to let me share. Well, it'll let me share, but what I mean is it's probably going to make me do the picture-by-picture nonsense again. Let me see. We'll get through it either way. Okay, so I have roughly 10-15 screenshots of the last two episodes of Mandalorian, so I'll go through them real quick and we'll discuss some points. I don't know which part you're laughing at, but okay. All right. So, chapter 15. Or, excuse me, chapter 7 of season 2, but I like to keep them in order. So, chapter 15 was Bill Burr, the what is it, rhodium or rudidium, or I can't remember what the hell the explosive nonsense was, ridium, whatever. So we start off on the planet where Bill Burr's character Mayfeld, and it's Mayfeld. Everybody calls him Mayfield. It's not Mayfield. It's Mayfeld. Is on this planet. Who knows what planet? And you can see the workers here. He's one of these workers, I guess, cleaning up this junk, whatever. Okay. Why the hell would the Empire have a junkyard of TIE fighters? Do they have a recycling program? It's just dumb. Okay, I want you guys to think. First of all, there are TIE fighters all over the place, scattered throughout the galaxy. They're not all on one planet. They're in Star Destroyers, they're in light cruisers, they're in all kinds of different places. They're in bases on planets. This implies that the Empire goes around and collects their junk destroyed TIE fighters and brings them to a pit. Okay. Now, you could argue if this was like something like Jakku, because there was supposedly a big battle at Jakku after Jedi, and that's why you see like wrecked ships, right? For Rey is messing around in. And maybe, there was a few thousand TIE fighters and they're all here. But still, did they all get shot down and crash in the same pit? No, they would be all over a massive battlefield or around the planet. So then this again implies that the Empire is going around and picking up their trash. Do you really think that the Empire gives a shit and is picking up after their trash, their broken down TIE fighters? Furthermore, if you know anything about the freaking Empire or Star Wars, Dave Filoni, the Empire always dumps their garbage before jumping to hyperspace. Oh, so we'll wait for them and then we'll float away like the rest of the trash. And then Boba Fett will hunt us down because he's hiding in the trash. Does anybody remember this? Dave Filoni, Jon Favreau? So the idea that the Empire is collecting all this bullshit nonsense is just stupid. They could have had him on any prison camp, mine, cave. Again, this is to sucker you in. Ooh, look at all the TIE fighters. Oh my God, there must have been a big battle. Look at all the wreckage. And yet you're not using your brain because you wouldn't have a fucking graveyard of TIE fighters. Come on. Use your damn brain. Rhydonium. Rhydonium. I know what you're trying to say, but is that right? Rhydonium, isn't it? Rhydonium? Rhydonium? I think it's Rhydonium, isn't it? Well, whatever. Valid has mentioned the First Order. Yes. Valid, yes. Not trying to defend Disney. That's a NR dump. I'm not sure what you mean by NR. Is a universe you can sell stuff for anything, anywhere. Yeah. If you're talking about them collecting the TIE fighters, is that what you mean by them selling stuff? I'm not sure what you guys mean there. But anyways, the Empire is not. The Empire is the guy that litters. Okay, the Empire is not going to be collecting all these TIE fighters. They don't need the metal. They don't need the scraps. It's not like they're recycling. The point of these prisoners, even like working here, is just out of sheer like just torture, because there's no point to this. Star Wars has never been a world of scarce resources. Yes, there are special things like Beskar that are a little bit harder to find, and like Jedi crystals. Okay, they're only in certain places. Fine. But in general, things like minerals, water, air, metals, these things are around. It's not a universe of, it's all broken down and used up. Every planet has stuff, and there's several planets, and you can travel between the planets. So for the Kuwait shipyards to get more metal, whether it be Durasteel or whatever, to build stuff, it's not really an issue. The point is the Empire wouldn't be doing this shit, cleaning up and gathering ships like this. The robot that comes to get Mayfeld is an NR robot. Okay, right. New Republic is what you're saying. Okay. Not trying to defend Disney. That's a New Republic dump. Yes. Sorry. Again, my mind I got so much on my mind, and I've been talking for a while. It is a New Republic dump. And the good guys are technically collecting the bad guys' junk. But again, what is the New Republic going to do with all of that scrap? You have to understand something. The New Republic is not the rebels. The rebels were little ragtag held together with scotch tape bandits. The New Republic is something totally different. They got control of they're more like the prequels, when the Republic was strong, where there was wealth, where there was technology. The New Republic is not the rebels. The Resistance, a smaller band of them, is maybe closer to the Rebels, but the New Republic is an established, and this is even in Disney canon because I read the story, that the New Republic is around for a while and is maintaining order throughout the galaxy. The First Order is really the remnants of the Empire that go out to the unknown regions, and then they build the First Order, but that's over several years, over time, them kind of hiding out. So one, for the Empire to be kind of moving around, I mean, it's only 5 years after Jedi, so, but for the Empire to be kind of around as much as they are is a little bit shocking. And two, the New Republic doesn't need old, okay, these aren't like TIE fighters that just crashed. These are old, rusted, like, how old are these things? They don't need the metal. All right, so regardless, yes, it is the New Republic that is cleaning the stuff up, not the Empire. But it's still the same end result. There's no need to be doing this. Why would the New Republic be collecting TIE fighters? Use your brain. If these parts could refurbish their X-Wings, then okay. How are you going to put curved parts made by different shipyards under totally different technology and designs on an X-Wing? It's the same problem as Luke's X-Wing that's underwater on fucking Acto, that has the wing broken off, and that panel is the door on his damn hut. But then in The Rise of Skywalker, he pulls his freaking X-Wing out of the water, and oh, look, the wing's there, and it's fixed, and it's all fine. And the X-Wing's been underwater for 30 years, but it'll fire right up and fly. And by the way, in the book, Rey spends a few hours collecting pieces from the TIE fighter and fitting them onto the X-Wing. Now, listen, you don't have to be a genius. You could be a 7-year-old with Legos, and you know that a circle doesn't fit into a square. So, again, this is all for show. There's no logic or reasoning or justification for the New Republic or the Empire to be collecting these fucking TIE fighters, is the point. And if you look at stuff isolated, you say, well, but when you look at the big picture and you understand that Rey could not possibly take TIE fighter parts to fix Luke's X-Wing, the New Republic is eco-friendly. Well, maybe. Yes, the Guard is New Republic. Yes, absolutely. You guys are right. Again, I have so much on my mind, and it's been a long day, and, I make mistakes. But you see my meaning here is the point. The Empire don't need it, but how about a John Doe from a third world planet? He can make a profit of it. Okay, I'm not arguing that. Your job was, and you go and you scavenge TIE fighter parts. But why is there a freaking junkyard of TIE fighters? Why is the New Republic spending time, money, resources, energy on collecting TIE fighters? That they can't use the parts, that they can't sell them, that they can't... to a junk trader, yes, it's a gold mine, like any junkyard. But the New Republic has a prison camp of TIE fighter graveyard. Use your common sense, that it's not logical. It's just for show, so that you can be like, oh, look at all these TIE fighters. Wow, is that cool? Guard, Empire, John Doe. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a hater. John Doe needs to make some money too. So is Palpatine still Senate in the New Republic? Well, in real Star Wars, no, he died. In fake Disney nonsense Star Wars, yes, he actually. Well, no, because what happens in the Disney canon is the Empire falls, and the New Republic again becomes a big, strong force again. They're in control of the galaxy. It's not like it was with the Empire running around loosey-goosey. They really clamped down, and everything is kind of secured for, a good while. Until The Force Awakens, and that's part of why they did that nonsense of one laser blowing up 5 planets, because they had to find a way to quickly destabilize the entire Hosnian Prime system. They had to find a way to justify to say, well, we took all the leaders out and all the important cities and all that because, you know, the Star Killer is so powerful that it took all 5 planets out at once. Now, first of all, the New Republic would be all over the place, even the Outer Rim. To pretend that they're all right there in the same spot and they all get killed is just stupid. But okay, that's their way of justifying the fall of the New Republic, is because Star Killer comes and blows up those 5 planets. When in reality, they would have stuff all over the place. But okay, whatever. So no, Palpatine, even in that scenario, would not be in the Senate because first of all, he was dead. But second of all, in the original Disney canon, no, he wasn't there. He was dead and he wasn't there. Then in the Rise of Skywalker canon, since they had to bring him in, their justification will be that he was just hiding on Exegol the whole time. But no, he wasn't in control of the Senate. And in fact, Leia has an important role in the Senate according to Disney's original canon. And she starts the resistance. Disney's way of saying the NR is eco-friendly. Yes. Watto would love this planet. Yes. A paradise for Jawas. Absolutely. Rey would love it. Funny how the New Republic military is around despite supposedly being demilitarized. Yes. And they're more like cops. It's like they don't. And by the way, like Mando and them keep finding like these secret Imperial bases and stuff, and it's like, why didn't you just pick up the phone and be like, hey, X-Wing dudes, there's an Imperial base right here. Can you guys take care of it? I mean, it's just so dumb. In the Mandalorian, yes, I know what you meant there. So, anyways, I just from the beginning, it's like, oh Lord, you know. This is just dumb. Okay. People seem to be forgetting what Star Wars is. Star Wars is a TIE fighter gets hit by a laser and the shit vaporizes. Disney fan fiction is the Star Destroyer that we see turn into vapors has massive chunks the size of Texas landing on a planet. And not on the 6 planets all around. All the pieces went to the planet for the plot. Okay, so in the real Star Wars universe, no, these TIEs wouldn't even be in this condition. They would have crashed. Okay, if they crash landed, they didn't blow up. They crash landed. Well, then the struts and wings and everything would be broken off. These things are like they got glass in them. Like they're in perfect shape. They're just old and been sitting there. They just have the little wings clipped. You know, like back in the day where you would hit the button and the fucking wings would fall off. Well, that's what happened here. Because they're not real battle where they would have been blown up or shot down. All right. Let's go to the next one. Which I'm not sure if it's going to switch for you guys. Unfortunately, I don't think it is. I'm going to have to share them one by one. Pain. Well, maybe it will. I guess it is. Is it working now? Cool. All the better. All right. So Mayfeld. He's here doing stuff. And the droid says to him, hey, Cara Dune is coming, so you need to salute her or whatever he says. They're all flood damaged. Yeah, that's what they look like. They've been underwater. So then Cara comes. Iron Man, prisoner number 34667 to my custody. Okay, fine, whatever. She's a marshal. She can do that. Fine. We see Boba come out of Slave One. Okay. I'm not arguing that he looks cool in fresh paint. But that's not Boba Fett. Okay, now let me tell you something. My favorite character in the world, not just Star Wars, like period, is Boba Fett. I've been a Boba Fett fan since 1980. I've read all of his books, all of his comics. I know all of his story. I know all of his lore. I've been a collector of him and all of that stuff for 40 freaking years. Boba Fett, quite purposely, because he always had paint. He painted his father's helmet. He always had paint. He could have painted his suit 1,000 times. There's a reason his suit looked like it was, because it was about the trophies. It was about the battle scars. If you know about Boba Fett, it's not just his armor. He had the Wookiee braids on his shoulder. He had different gadgets and trophies all throughout his suit. His suit was known for two things: lethal gadgets and trophies. So the dent in his helmet, the scratches on his helmet, the scratches on his breastplate, all the little markings that he had, even on his weapon, were there. I'm not going to say by design, but they were there because Boba cherished and reveled in those memories and pieces of, kind of like when you tick a line on your helmet or on the side of an airplane. Boba Fett was very noble, very honest, very straightforward. He's nothing like Din Djarin or how they're portraying him. Well, I'm not saying they're portraying him terribly in The Mandalorian, but he's not that. He would not have repainted his suit. Okay, as cool as it looks, he would have been very happy to get his original armor, and it has the markings it has on it because he has great conquests. He killed many a fool. So there's no way in hell that Boba Fett's going to paint over those markings. Now, to go to a whole new level of Dave Filoni stupid, he painted the damn dent in his helmet. Okay, again, as a Boba Fett fan, for like 30-some years, one of Boba Fett's biggest nicknames, it's also a Facebook group, it's also a collector's group, it's also a website, is the dented fucking helmet. That's how he was known, as the dented helmet. Of all the markings on Boba Fett, there's two things that stood out more than anything. The mythosaur, because he's a Mandalorian, and the goddamn dent in his helmet. Because there's a lot of Mandalorians, and they have similar helmets. But there was only one that had the goddamn dent in his helmet. Boba Fett would not paint his dent. I really don't know what Filoni is smoking or doing, or he just doesn't give a shit. And he was just like, just paint him. He'll look cool, whatever. I mean, of all the things in the world, I'll forgive the armor. I'll forgive this. I'll forgive that. But the dent in his helmet, he would not have painted in. It's just so stupid. I mean, such an obvious detail of nothing else. That dent, his most famous attribute, and they painted it. Now, I don't have a problem with him painting it in the sense of he's got Slave 1. He's got extra paint in Slave 1. It's not a logistics problem. It's a problem of Boba Fett. If you know him and you've read his stories, you know that those are all what's the word I'm looking for? Like trophies, like accomplishments, like honor badges to a Cub Scout or a Boy Scout. You see what I'm saying? So all those little scratches he had throughout were his characteristic, his personality, and they were his way of. That's why Boba Fett could walk in without saying a goddamn word, and everybody's like, "Oh shit!" Not all shiny and new and pretty. You knew when he walked in the room, you were fucked. I hope the book of Boba Fett explained the painting stuff. Perhaps Boba wants to start a YouTube channel with new clothing. Maybe. I'm smoking weed now, and you're talking about Filoni smoking low. Oh, mementos. Yeah, that's one good way of putting it. Thank you, Graham. Yes, Boba Fett, of all the characters in Star Wars, I don't care about nobody else. It was specifically said in the books that he treasured his goddamn suit and the trophies throughout his suit and the markings on his suit. They were honorable. They were proof of his lineage and his exploits and his experience, and that you don't fuck with Boba Fett. That Darth Vader specifically has to say, hey, dude, chill out with the disintegrations. There was a reason Boba Fett was like that. Not because he was too cheap or too dumb or didn't have the time or didn't care. No, it's because that's who he was. You saw him and you saw the Grim Reaper. You knew the death walked in the door and you're screwed. That was the point. Not just another shiny freaking Mandalorian. Is Boba's suit made of Beskar? Okay, let's talk about that. First of all, in the show, they don't specifically say, although everybody seems to be presuming that it is Beskar, but they don't actually say, hey, that's Beskar. As far as canon, as far as the EU, as far as someone that has been a Star Wars fan for 43 years, no, it's Durasteel. It's always been Durasteel. It's never been Beskar. Now, part of the complication is that later, after a lot of the EU, came the prequels, and the idea is that Boba got Jango's armor. So if that's the case, then Jango's armor should have been Beskar. Okay? So that's one of those things, like, you would have to literally ask George to really straighten that one out and explain it. Because I can tell you that any Boba Fett fan that knows and that read all the books and knows about Boba Fett for 40 freaking years will tell you that it was Durasteel. It was not Beskar. And while Durasteel is much more common and it's not as strong as Beskar, it's still good. Most, like 95% of the ships that you see in Star Wars are made of Durasteel. Most of the buildings and things that you see, like the all-purpose metal in Star Wars, is Durasteel because it's light, it's strong, it's pliable. Beskar is a little bit rare. So, but I can tell you from original lore, no, his suit is not Beskar. Because if it's Beskar, damn, what with the hole in his head? Well, and that too. If Mando's getting his head punched into a fucking wall, getting shot every 2 seconds, and the shit's bouncing off, well, then why would Boba have a dent in his head? You see how Dave Filoni isn't thinking, but apparently you just did. Thank you for that. And whether it was Cad Bane from the Clone Wars cartoon or something else that happened to Boba, if it was Beskar, it wouldn't have a huge dent in it. Why does it have a dent? Because it's Durasteel, goddammit. Because sadly, me, a guy that lives in Pennsylvania in the middle of nowhere, knows Star Wars better than the fucking people that are making Star Wars. And it's not even knowing Star Wars. It's about using your damn brain. If you've got Beskar that lightsabers and blasters can't penetrate, then how does he have a dent in his helmet? So no, it's Durasteel. It was always Durasteel. Dave Filoni knows that. And yeah, see, here's the problem. Is Dave Filoni, and I'm going to start tying this all in together as we go along, but Dave Filoni created a mess for himself from the beginning. As soon as George left, he said, oh, well, I'm the man now, so now I can like whatever. Nobody knows Star Wars like I do, so nobody's going to question what I'm doing. So I'll just, I'll let Ahsoka live, and I'll make Boba not a Mandalorian, and I'll do this, and I'll do that. And he thought that nobody was going to notice, nobody was going to care, it won't matter later, I'll just make the little stories that I want to make. But then there's this thing called canon that catches up with you. And now you want to make multiple shows and multiple timelines over a bunch of time. And then you start to realize, all the shit doesn't match up. So now because they chose to make a Mandalorian show instead of what they should have done in the first place, the Boba Fett movie and or show, because that's where this comes from. Underground, 1313, and the Boba Fett movie. That's what the Mandalorian is. Mandalorian isn't some unique created thing. Is Favreau literally ripped it off from George Lucas stuff. The great Favreau. He didn't make up the Mandalorian. Sorry to burst your bubble. I have the proof of that. So what happens is you make a non-Boba Fett show, which you should have just made Boba Fett from the freaking beginning, because here we are with Boba Fett. Oh, gee, imagine that. And now you got to fill those holes. You see? Now, if Boba Fett's not a Mandalorian, well, then guess what? Mandalorian can't really be a Mandalorian. So now you have to justify Din through Boba Fett. Because Filoni wasn't thinking ahead. He just made shit up and decided he'll fix it later. And now he has to deal with all this stuff. That's why you're seeing Luke, guys. That's why you're seeing Ahsoka. That's why you're seeing Boba Fett. Not because they're doing it for you. Not because they got hip to the game or being smart or they're going to give you what you want. It's because they're trying to desperately fix their mistakes. Dave Filoni's fucking around with the canon has caught up to him. So now to explain his own little baby of the Mandalorian, he now has to bring in Mando or Boba Fett to start justifying things. And we're going to talk more about that as we go along here. Well, if he is Jango's son, for us, he is Mandalorian, but he is a clone, right? Yes. Okay. He is a clone. He is Jango's son. He is a Mandalorian. Just because you're a clone doesn't mean you can't be a Mandalorian. And we're going to talk about that because Bo-Katan says, I know you're a clone and you're not a Mandalorian. We're going to talk about that. So, me, the biggest Boba Fett fan on the earth, I should be like, holy shit, Slave One and Boba Fett. And I just look at it like his freaking den is painted. They painted all his stuff. I mean, it's just his rifle is different. Next image. Okay, so Mayfeld sees Boba and he gets scared for a second. He's like, oh, I thought you were the other guy. I mean, I get it. Mandalorians maybe look alike, but you can't tell a bright, shiny silver guy compared to a green guy. Anyways, so they start talking. I'm trying to remember what they were saying here, why I saved this image. Basically, we need your help. You need to come with us. Okay, so then they explain I'm sure most of you saw this. I'm going to try to go through it quickly and try to just make the main points. Didn't Luke destroy his previous rifle when he cut it on Jabba's barge? Yeah. But if he's got a ton of paint and he's got a bunch of jetpack rockets in the Slave One, wouldn't he have at least one spare rifle? Just saying. So they basically explained that they need to... They came to get Mayfeld because they got the kid. They need his help because he's an ex-Imperial. So that means he has access to computers and he knows how they work and that they can possibly get the location of Moff Gideon. So they make this big thing of going to this planet to find one little terminal, which, I don't know, it's just on this one planet of this secret base that, how secret is it if Mayfeld knows it's there? And if Mayfeld's being held by the New Republic, why didn't you just say, hey, let's make a deal. I'll tell you where like 18 Imperial targets are if you let me go or you give me lighter duty. Instead, he's like mad at the Empire and he's digging through old TIE fighters, but yet he has the knowledge of all this stuff. Okay. So they need him to get to a computer so they can find Moff Gideon's location. Now, the fact that you can go to some outback, nowhere planet in this one little base and there's a computer in the lunchroom that's going to tell you where Moff Gideon is specifically at the moment is just ridiculous. Like, I can just get in a computer and, oh, there's where Emperor Palpatine is. It's not how it works. It's really very silly. But okay, so they go to this planet to find this little computer. Mando can't take off his helmet. So then they attack this Juggernaut. They get in the Juggernaut. They get the soldiers out, and now Mando's in a tank pilot suit. Okay. The Juggernaut is from the Clone Wars. I do have the article, and I could pull it up, but I think most of you know. The Juggernaut is from the Clone Wars. It has guns all over the damn thing. This Juggernaut not only has space for 2 people in the cockpit, but has no defensive measures, no guns, no shields, no nothing. Yet they're carrying around rhodium, rhenidium, whatever the fuck that shit is. There's no weaponry. Now, they're going to argue, well, because they don't want to have blasts around the explosives. Okay, well, why would you be transporting something so volatile? And if it's so volatile, why are you transporting it on wheels on a surface where it's getting bumped around and affected by speed and inertia and weight and everything else? Why wouldn't you have it on a freaking floating thing? Why wouldn't you have thousands of stormtroopers lining the path, lining the woods and the route to this base? They're all just hanging out in the base. Meanwhile, little pirates are blowing up Juggernaut after Juggernaut of this very rare and important freaking resource. And yet, everybody's just chilling inside, I guess, smoking weed, huh? Smoking that space weed, that spice. I have nothing against weed, by the way, just for what it's worth. But anyways, Mandalorian is like most Star Wars, but Mandalorian is maybe the worst culprit. It looks real good. It's fun. It sounds good. It looks cool. And then the second you start to think, it all falls apart. All of it. It all falls apart. Anyway, so he puts on the suit, and Mayfeld, for no reason, well, he's like, I can't see, I'm hot. He takes off his helmet. Okay, so here we go with the JJ shit. And I know it's not JJ, but it's the same thing. We're going to do this because I need to set up this. All right, so I took off my helmet because when we get to the base, I'm going to get spotted. So this is going to force us to leave, which in reality is going to force Mando to take off his helmet, which he would never do, and it's against his creed. But okay, he's going to take off his helmet because he loves Baby Yoda. A bounty hunter Mandalorian is worried about a little green alien that he had no business being with in the first place. But okay, he's attached to the kid, so now he's going to do, whatever he has to for the kid. Okay, very touching, very sentimental. Now, let me ask you something. Boba Fett says he can't go because they're going to recognize my face. Bill Burr says he's going to do it, although it's kind of strange that an ex-Imperial is going to end up on a base and nobody's going to notice that he's scanned his face in the computer. But okay, fine. That's his way to sneak in there. Okay, well, but he can't because he's going to get recognized and now he's being a pussy. So now Mando has to go in and do it. So let me ask you something. Mando, his face wouldn't be in the system. Fine. Nobody's seen his face. That's fine. But are you using your brain? Because what happens as soon as you scan your face? Well, gee, they take a picture of your face, and now the entire Imperial network knows what the hell you look like. Mister, I've never shown my face. Now you've shown it to the complete freaking empire. Because it's not like you just scanned The thing doesn't scan your face for giggles. It's scanning your face to match. Are you a criminal, a pirate, a thief, a rebel, a spy, a bounty hunter? Are you an Imperial? Are you an alien? Why are you at this terminal, and are you authorized to be here? And if nothing else, if you're not authorized, do you at least have like a criminal record so that we should sound an alarm, or are you just not in the system and we'll take a chance, we'll roll the dice? But obviously, if it's scanning you and checking you out, it's taking a photo, an image of your face. So now the entire Empire knows what Din Djarin looks like. Erodium. Yeah, I think that's what it is, Erodium. And I'm really good with names and stuff like that in Star Wars, but it's like the Disney shit, I just don't care. So it's like, you know. Well, didn't Luke destroy his previous? Okay, and didn't Luke kill Boba, or did Boba just not die? I know they made sure Boba wasn't there when Luke showed up. Now, when you say did they kill Boba, I think you're referring to Jedi. Well, technically, no, we don't see him die. We see Boba fall into the pit. But again, if you're a Boba Fett fan, if you read all the books, we've known for 30-some years that Boba always escapes. He gets out. He doesn't die. He fell into the Sarlacc pit, but he escaped somehow. We don't know how yet. Yeah. Some of the books say jetpack. Some of the books say he climbed out. There's one story where Dengar, one of the bounty hunters in The Empire Strikes Back, finds him and helps him and heals him back. That's the one that I like the most. There's a few different stories, but in any event, all the stories, he gets out. Erodium. It's too heavy. I think you're saying it's too heavy, what, to transport the Erodium in a floating type of thing? Bullshit. There's all kinds of ships. You could load up Slave 1 and fly right to the base with that shit in it. If that's what you're referring to. And I know you were being funny, but yeah. Disney's justification. Because this is Spaceballs 2 canon, absolutely. Dave Filoni, Star Wars faces are inclusive. I guess so. If that is the case, Mando is a nobody. Not sure which part, but yeah, he is a nobody. Anyways, he went from nobody can see my face, even a woman that wanted to be with me, even the child that I'm with the whole time, even my friends and crewmates, even I had an issue with IG-88 seeing my face, but now I've just shown the entire Empire what I look like. Yeah, it will subvert our expectation, and it will also subvert canon because it's a freaking mess. So these juggernauts have got tons of weapons all over them. I guess they stripped them all out. There's no room for soldiers or anything. It's just like this thing carrying these explosives on wheels on rough terrain where it's very, very volatile and about to explode at any moment. And then you got pirates that are known to be attacking. Like the officer says inside, oh, well, you guys are the only one to make it today. Yet you've got all these troops inside the damn base, and you're not sending out escorts. You're not securing the road. You're not calling reinforcements. None of this. You got some little pirates on these little floaty skiff things blowing up your shit. I mean, what the hell's going on? So, yeah, anyways, he gets into the suit, gives Kara, gives Kara his armor. And then these two are talking, and then, like I said, Mayfeld takes off his helmet. But it's not because, he was uncomfortable or hot. It's because they have to set up the reason why Mando has to take off his helmet. And that comes from a lack of creativity. That comes from a lack of storytelling. You could have 1,000 other ways made it to how he would scan or they would have to take off his helmet. But instead, you did a sloppy, lazy thing of Mayfeld is hot, and because he doesn't like to conform, even though he's an ex-Imperial, he takes off his helmet, and he, of all people, should know that the onboard computers and cameras would know that he doesn't have his helmet on, that as he's approaching the base, people are going to see him without his helmet on, that when he pulls into the base, people are going to see him without his helmet on, and when he gets out of the transport, people are going to see him without his helmet on. And I got news for you. Only officers roll around with their helmets off. Because all troopers, tank troopers, TIE fighter pilots, stormtroopers, scout troopers, shore troopers, jump troopers, all of them always wear their helmets. Now, granted, in the locker room, behind the scenes, okay, some stormtroopers know each other. Hey, Larry, what's up, Bob? How's the wife? Okay. But in public, in like a military, you're in uniform and you're not rolling around with your damn helmet off. So this is literally stupid because the guy that is an Imperial knows better than this. And they did it on purpose. Why? So that they can justify Mandalorian having to take off his helmet. It's called weak-ass story writing. So these little pirates, start attacking the transport. It's wide open road, no escort, no defenses. They're just here. These guys are coming out of nowhere and jumping right on top of this thing. Now, you see here how the hatch is open? This first guy didn't have to pry it open, shoot a lock, nothing. He just walked up and opened the door. So you've got this thing full of explosives, and all this guy had to do was open it up. Oh, boy. Here we go. Rhydonium. See, you all are wrong. We're all wrong. Rhydonium. They're trying to blow the Rhydonium. You think? Yeah, well. You see it there? Rhydonium. Rhydonium. All right, so he gets back inside, whatever, shoots some guys. Then he realizes, oh, here's more pirates. And again, no escort, no turrets, no nothing. Just like this empty road. They're getting raped for these explosives that are supposedly so rare and inexpensive and important, but okay. More pirates come. He's hanging out on top, blah, blah, blah. He takes out a bunch of guys. Now, later, one of the other pirates does come and with his spear thing has to pry open one of these doors. So at least on one of them he had to pry it open. But the first one he just opens it. TIE fighters come at the last moment and help these guys out, which they should have been way up the road escorting these things. I just want to make a point of, if you were paying attention, the TIE fighters started shooting, and you could see, you see here how there's the fire because they were shooting ahead of the Juggernaut and then eventually hit the targets behind. That's a tactic that a lot of pilots do, especially old school pilots that didn't have that advanced technology in their jets. So, you would have old dogfighters that what they would do is they would kind of mark their targets with their gunfire, if that makes sense. You didn't have accurate radar and scopes and stuff back in the day. You see what I'm saying? And everything's happening so fast, and you're at weird angles, and you're not going to be able to line up things real quickly on the fly. So what pilots would do is shoot tracer shots to kind of mark their target. And once they see their path, they know their line of fire, right? So then they can hit their target. So that's what they were doing, which was cool. Whatever. Deus Ex Machina. So yeah, these guys show up at the last minute and help out. Well, that's great. After what? 3 transports got blown up, right? Juggernauts, 2 or 3 of them get blown up. And TIE fighters decide to show up. And then, oh look, there's 50,000 troopers, and they all come out when you're at the door, instead of again being out on the road and escorting or protecting. It's here you go. And now we'll show up and now we'll fight and kill the pirates. And they take these guys all out. I mean, where were you? Why they're all saluting I didn't totally understand that either. Like, all these stormtroopers are saluting this Juggernaut. Like, I don't get it, why that's important to you. It's almost like they're implying that these tank commanders are officers. And I think that at some point, one of them says officer to maybe Bill Burr. But I've never known the tank pilots to just automatically be officers. There's tank pilots. I'm sure some of them are officers, but I don't know. I just thought it was kind of convenient that, like, what did they capture the two guys that were officers and they got the right suits and everybody's like, oh, and nobody recognizes that he's not a guy that's usually in the locker room. Okay, whatever. See, they're all saluting, which I didn't totally understand that, why they're doing that, but okay. We also see shore troopers. Now, where are shore troopers from? Rogue One. I think they're cool. They're one of my favorite type of stormtroopers. They're neat, blah, blah, blah. It's nice to see them, just like the Death Troopers. But you're going to tell me that we see them and then we don't see them again for like a good 10 years? Not a single Death Trooper or Shore Trooper or nothing. The entire Empire, the 3 movies we saw, all the stuff that happened, and there was never a single Shore Trooper, not a single Death Trooper, but all of a sudden they're in Mandalorian. Why would the Empire not use their most valuable assets to fight the rebellion? They were just like hiding out, and then they decided to bring them out of Mandalorian. Like, do you see the logic here? If they had a bunch of Death Troopers, Shore Troopers were just like island stormtroopers, but Death Troopers, special forces, why wouldn't the Emperor be using them the whole time? Why wouldn't he have them on Endor defending the shield generator? Okay, so you see the problems. When you want to do member berries and want to bring a character from 10 years ago into the present, well, you have to consider Filoni. Where has he been throughout these past 10 years? That's where the problems start to occur. Would that not blow the rhodinium? I'm not sure which part. Are you talking about if the Juggernaut had weapons all over it? Or the TIE fighters, maybe, but they were shooting the line of fire. Well, yeah, you would think those massive bolts from a TIE fighter would, a second ago, Bill Burr's like, are you serious? You're shooting your little blaster around rhodinium? And yet these 2 TIE fighters come strafing down. Yeah, I would think it would blow it up. You just answer why they can take off their helmet. They are officials. TIE fighters, yeah. Maybe, but why are they officers? There's plenty of these tank pilots around. Why are these 2? I mean, I guess here we go with the MacGuffin, they or not MacGuffin, but like the everything's where you need it when you need it, right? Like, of all the guys they captured the 2 that are officials, that are officers. Okay, whatever. Okay. Again with the helmets, regardless if you're an officer or whatever. And as you can see, these are crew people. And let's see, can you see him? Here's an officer. And there's 1 or 2 other officers around here. But as you can see, most of these people are crew people. That's why they don't have a helmet. That's fine. They work in the space. But troopers, whether you're a tank trooper, junk trooper, short trooper, death trooper, it doesn't matter. You always have on your helmets. This is nonsense. So everyone else has their damn helmet on. That's a trooper, okay? And then this one guy is in here without his helmet on. And furthermore, nobody recognizes that he doesn't belong. Because if it's so normal for stormtroopers to be taking off their helmets, again, hey, Larry, how's the wife? You see? So you can't have it both ways. Either they never take off their helmets. I mean, they're not like Mandalorians. They take showers. They go to dinner. They do other stuff. So it's not to say that a stormtrooper never takes off his helmet. That's not what I'm trying to imply. What I'm trying to imply is that in a military official capacity, when you're on base, you're on guard, you're in a mission, you're traveling, you're doing something in an official capacity, you're in your suit. You're not taking off your damn helmet. So for him to walk in here without his helmet, that right there should be everybody should have like Metal Gear, the big, the big exclamation point over their heads. But hey, whatever, canon does not exist. See, here's the officer. And the officer even like nods to him, which I don't know. I guess, again, he's an officer, I guess. Okay. Well, it's very convenient. It's probably in the officer's mess. He's saying where the computer is. I also want you to notice, you see these stormtroopers? Why are these stormtroopers dirty? Yes, I know in the first episode they were dirty, but they were also implying that there's only like 3 Imperials left and they're ragtag, and that's why they're dirty. Now we see that there's quite a few Imperials around. They've got money and resources and bases still. So there's no reason for the stormtrooper to be dirty. Now, probably what happened is this guy's from the 501st or a costume that they had from episode 1 and 2 and 3, and they just reused it. They're like, screw it. We'll have another stormtrooper in the scene, so put the dirty ones in. But there's no reason. Listen, I've been in the military. When you're in the military, you can't be going around with your uniform all fucked up. And the Empire's no different. They would have protocol. You must have your helmet on. Your shit needs to be pressed and clean. This Darth Vader, the Emperor would not be okay with this. If you just came from Scarif and you were just rolling around in the dirt and you just came back to base, okay. But if you're hanging out in the mess hall and y'all are cheering and hanging out and you're not obviously doing anything because you're not defending the freaking juggernauts coming to the base, well, then there's no reason for you to be dirty like this. Kind of a nitpick. Well, which part? I mean, there's plenty of them. How they eat in lunch. Maybe that was a lunchroom. It was a lunchroom, but did you see them with their helmets off? See, that's the problem. You have to have consistency. Anyways, you see, everyone has their helmet on as they're supposed to. Everyone. This is a crew person. This is a person that works, is probably native to the planet and works there. She's not true Empire. I'm talking about soldiers. They all, even in the mess hall, here's the mess hall, they all, outside of the officers, have their helmets on. Then these two are standing here and going on and about this terminal and scanning their face, which, again, they look so suspicious. The one guy with his big bald head is sticking out. So Amanda goes in. When he walks in, he doesn't just like walk in all smooth and just go to the computer like he's doing his business. He like stops, looks around, looks at the officer in question that Bill Burr is worried about being captured, noticed by. Like, he makes it so obvious. He like stands there, looks at him, and then goes to the computer. It's like, why didn't you just walk in and do your shit, dude? Why are you being all obvious? But anyways, so he comes, scans his little face. As you can see, these are officers. Soldiers always have on their helmet. And I don't have the screenshot, but if you go back and watch, you're going to see Bill Burr shoots this guy, right? The first thing they do is they cut to the left, and you see a shore trooper with his helmet on. He's got his little lunch, and he's like, oh, shit. And then Bill Burr turns and starts gunning down all the other people. But you see some stormtroopers go in and out. There's 2 of them that do like a walker patrol. You see the shore trooper, and you see 1 or 2 other soldiers. They all have their helmets on. So do they eat through their helmets? Do they lift it up? And, whatever. I don't know the explanation there. But what I'm telling you is they don't take off their helmets. And it's not because it's a Mandalorian Creed thing. It's because that's military. That's part of your uniform. And that's how the Empire rolls. Now, do they take off their helmets to go to the bathroom or the shower or at home? Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that in base and around each other, they're not taking off their helmets. Okay, so here's the little map, which again, like, well, here's where the main leader guy is. Oh, you were looking for Palpatine? Oh, you wanted Moff Gideon? Oh, well, here's Snoke. Just look it up. Anybody could just face scan themselves in this computer and know where Moff Gideon is. I mean, how ridiculous is that? If Snoke is looking for Moff Gideon, okay, that makes sense that he's tracking him or has some sort of way of finding him. But any Joe Blow can walk up to this Imperial computer and just look up Moff Gideon's location? Okay. Then he's talking about when the superior is addressing, because he starts trying to talk to Mando, whatever. Mando's like all lost. This is where the brown eyes nonsense happens. We call them brown eyes. Isn't that right, officer? So, yeah, for some reason, these two are officers, but okay, whatever. They got lucky and got the officer suits. Now, you two managed to be the only transport today to deliver their shipment. All right, let's rewind again for a minute. You've got a base full of troopers. Not one of them is on the road defending the path. No turrets, posts, guard, nothing. And yet, you're noticing that only one shipment made it through. Well, maybe, just maybe, if you sent some troops out, you would have more transports coming in. Oh, man. So then they sit down. He insists, let's get a drink, blah, blah, blah. They start talking about the Empire memories. I know a lot of you have seen this, so I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but, Bill Burr gets pretty much pissed off because of the memories. Now he's the good guy. Now he feels a conscience because they killed all these people. Fine. And he ends up shooting them. Okay. Well, first of all, Bill Burr, I mean, seriously, dude, you could have just kept your patience and walked out of there. Instead, you had to shoot the damn dude. Second, Mando, well, not only does the entire Imperial network know what he looks like because he's in the computer, but this officer knows what he looks like, and he's sitting here in detail looking at him and talking to him. By the way, here's the short trooper. It's blurry in the background. You can see his helmet. There's the short trooper. So whatever. Operation Cinder, blah, blah, blah. He shoots him because he gets pissed off. Fine. You should have just walked out of there and not done that, but okay. Now you've created a bigger mess. All right. They killed the guys, which, by the way, I didn't take a screenshot, but remember when they came in, you see how many people are here. This freaking bay is like full, chock full of troopers. Then as soon as he shoots this guy, all right, he then shoots like 2-3 guards. He shoots the short trooper. There's a couple stormtroopers. They shoot, maybe 3-4 guys in the mess hall. Then they're shooting out the door. A couple guys come, and then they kick the window and go out. Okay, well, as soon as he shoots the officer, there should have been like 50 soldiers that came into the mess hall. Instead, everybody's gone. All of a sudden, no shipments are coming through. All of the shipments are getting blown up. Y'all are just hanging out, playing cards, and now an officer gets shot, and nobody's to be found. When 30 seconds ago, that bay was full. Very convenient. Anyways, they fly off in Slave One. Cool, okay, whatever. Mayfeld, of course, with his miraculous one shot, shoots the thing and blows it up. Fine, okay, I don't have a problem with that. But I think it's pretty ridiculous that not only, if this thing is so important, why is it sitting outside? But it's not just sitting outside. The damn doors are wide open, and you could see you could see the explosives in there, like wide open shot. Here, give me that repeater rifle so I can hit this wide open target. The doors are wide open for the shit to get blown up. So if it's that important and that's rare and this and that, why would you have it sitting outside with the damn hatch open? Whatever. Okay. Boba Fett takes off. The TIEs chase him. He launches the seismic charge. Yes, very cool. I loved it. I love the seismic charge in Attack of the Clones. Fine and dandy. Member berries, blah, blah, blah. It was cool. I mean, it was neat to see the TIEs get blown up like that. Okay, so at the end of the episode, they're small talking, and Kara's like, well, it's too bad that Mayfield died. I guess, he'll just have to go off on his own, and that's fine and whatever. But, and he's like, are you serious? And he just walks off. Okay. So I'm like thinking, you have no money, no supplies, no weapons, no nothing. You just came from a prison camp. You're now on a planet that I guess you knew where the planet was, and maybe you know something about the planet because you brought them here. But you're not on like your native planet. You probably don't have a ship or anything. Even if you had resources, where are you going to go? What are you going to do? You were just a prisoner that is assumed now to be dead. But what are you going to go do? So instead of getting into Slave Badass 1 with Cara Dune, Din Djarin, Fennec Shand, and Boba Fett, and being like, hey, let's be a crew. I can help you guys, and I can have some purpose in my life. I hate the Empire now. Nah, I'll just walk off to this planet where there's nobody. And by the way, there's probably like a whole battalion of Imperials looking for me because my face was just in the damn docking bay of the building that got blown up and that we escaped out of. And I'm probably on camera shooting an Imperial officer. So I'm going to hang out just right here, just outside the base on this planet with no ship, no weapons, no food, no nothing. Because, I've got better things to do than to roll with you scrubs. Makes a lot of sense. Did you get the coordinates? Again, just ridiculous. Like, I can walk up to the computer and know where the main boss is. Come on, man. And again, they fly off, and Mayfield's like, peace, guys. I'll just stay here. It's like Ahsoka. Like, why did Ahsoka stay on that damn planet? This is stupid. Even if she's going to go off on her own arc, get in Slave 1 or get into, at that point, Razor Crest, and, group up, become a team, get some strength behind you. And then if Ahsoka goes off and does whatever, she does whatever. But it's like, why would you stay on that burnt up tree planet? This doesn't make any sense. Okay, and then this is the best part. Hey, I'm going to call you up and tell you that I'm coming to get you. I mean, that's real strategic and smart. Nor is it something that the good guy does. That's something that the bad guy does, talking smack. I mean, seriously, you're going to call up Moff Gideon and be like, hey, I'm coming. He's really important to me, dude. Like, that would give someone all the more reason to threaten you or blackmail you or put the kid under stricter security or just go ahead and kill the kid. Like, why would you call him up and be like, hey, I'm coming? Not very smart. All right. Let's get through the last episode. I'm getting a little bit tired and this is going on. So let's get through this last episode. So, Pershing, in the beginning, glasses. There are no glasses in Star Wars. George Lucas specifically said this years ago. Nobody wears glasses in Star Wars. They are not needed. They have high technology. Nobody wears glasses in Star Wars. Goggles, masks, scopes, okay. But glasses, like to see, don't exist in Star Wars. Dave Filoni. Slave 1 comes, stuns the ship. They board it. Mando's there. Cara Dune comes in. This dumbass thinks he's going to get somewhere by holding Pershing hostage. But okay, whatever. He's talking shit to Cara Dune. Cara Dune doesn't like it. Obviously, he's going to get fucked up for doing it. But anyways, he's talking shit. And then Cara Dune proceeds to shoot that guy in the face. Fine. I got no problem with that. She's an expert fighter. She's at close range. Okay, fine. This is what I would have done. I would have just shot the guy and shut him up. Fine. But there's a small detail here. If you look at Pershing, look what he's doing. He's holding his head. Why? Because the blast went across his head. Now, if a bullet grazes your head, it's going to frazzle your hair and it's probably going to make you bleed and it's going to leave a mark. Imagine a laser bolt. That's going to totally burn you, cauterize you, burn up your hair, if nothing else, leave like a big streak. So this is all fine and dandy But remember that he's holding his head and he just had a blaster bolt go across his head. Okay, remember that. So they go flying off to find Bo-Katan and shoot, now I'm forgetting her name. Casca? Yeah. To be fair, in an earlier episode, I believe that Bo did say, if you change your mind, come find us here. So we'll justify that he can find them. Fine. Find him and Boba Fett, find them in this bar. Fine, they come talk. They have their little discussion. And Boba Fett's like, they're not going to help us. We don't need them. Let's go. So they start walking away. And then Casca's looking at Boba like kind of angry. And then Bo turns. And instead of just letting them go or whatever, she makes this is on purpose, okay? They do this shit on purpose. She breaks out for no reason. You're not a Mandalorian. Like, why is that even a question or a conversation right now? They're talking about the child and the Darksaber, and she's like, you're not a Mandalorian, just because he said, we don't need them. Okay. This is because Filoni now is trying to be clever and fix things. So now let's see about his little fix. You're not a Mandalorian. So then Boba Fett says, I never said I was. He never said he wasn't either. Because I heard some people mouthing off, see, I told you he wasn't a Mandalorian. He didn't say that he wasn't. He just said that he never said that he was. Also, Bo, the reason she says this is why? Because she recognizes his voice. And then what does that mean? That Jango's obviously dead. So then she assumes that it's one of the clones. She even says, your donor, blah, blah, blah. But the key mistake here, not so much Filoni, but Bo's mistake, is that Bo probably doesn't know about Boba Fett. She knows there's few 100,000 clones, but she doesn't necessarily know specifically about Boba Fett. It's been a while since I watched all the Clone Wars, but I don't recall Bo-Katan and Boba Fett crossing paths. Okay, so she's going off the knowledge of, well, I've seen all these clones, I hear the voice, and I assume you're another one of those clones. He is a clone, but not just any clone. He is the clone. So therefore, her argument that you're a clone, so you're not a Mandalorian, is invalid because he's not a typical clone. He's the direct son and heir of Jango Fett. Congrats on passing 5K. Thank you, Echo Base. Appreciate that. I think I'm close to 6 now. This shit's crazy. Appreciate it. Those were my thoughts exactly. As soon as he walked off, Imperials everywhere, the Pies would probably kill him and no ship. Yeah, of course. I was ready for him to come back saying, hey, think I can hitch a ride? I kind of don't want to be Imperial fodder. That's like a comedic moment. Yeah, I mean, even comedy, logic, whatever. Like, why wouldn't you right then and there be like, well, I kind of don't have anywhere to go or anything to do. Can I roll with you guys? Like, let's team up. Like, we could be badasses. I'm in Cara Dune, Din Djarin, Boba Fett, Fennec Shin. I'll jump on that train. Instead, he's like, Here's the thing. This is Filoni's weak-ass story writing. Well, we need to get rid of Mayfeld because we're done with him. So we'll just have him stay here. Move on. Instead of like, let's develop a story. Let's give a reason for him to stay here. Oh, well, I'm going to stay here because I know there's another installation on the other side of the planet and I still have business to attend to with the imps. Simple. One little line. Give a justification for him to stay on the planet. Why would you just stay there and watch Slave One full of a bunch of badasses fly off and you got nothing? Not a single credit, not a piece of food, not a weapon. You've got a freaking imp suit on. Or no, I guess at that point he's changed, right? He's back in his clothes. Let's see. I think he is back in his clothes. Yeah, I guess so. But still, you know, it's just like, oh, bye. See you, Slave One. That's real smart. Okay, anyways. Okay, so The Mandalorian thing, what I'm getting at is Filoni thinks he's clever, and he's using clever little words to throw you off. That 1 second he's a Mandalorian, but no, wait a minute, he's not. Oh, but yet in the chain code. Oh, but now Bo's saying that he's not. But Bo, you have to remember, is assuming that he is a clone, not the clone. She doesn't know about Boba Fett. So therefore, she has no kind of context as to know that he is indeed a Mandalorian. She is going off of Rex and Cody and Echo and all of them. Okay, anyways, they talk shit. Sasha gets frisky. Boba tosses her ass like a rag doll, as he should have. Not only because he's Boba fucking Fett, but because he's twice her freaking size. I mean, come on. Anyways, he shoots his grapple around her wrist. Now, you know, Sasha Banks, she's a professional fighter, and I get it. She's a badass, and I like her. I like her character a lot. I have nothing against her. But seriously, you're just holding Boba Fett, who's twice your weight in size, with his grapple, who has decades of experience over you, young girl, and you're just holding it like, I'm Supergirl. Boba Fett won't be able to move me. Not only is she holding her ground, but then she yanks him and pulls him and knees him in the gut. I mean, come on. Just common mass, just plain physics. You're not a small little chick. It's not going to yank a big ass dude who's pulling against her. It's just, if they were closer and she's an expert fighter and he's throwing his weight into her, she could divert that weight like she does after this. She can shift his weight against him. But at distance, he's using a grapple and you're pulling with your one arm, which is probably your weak arm, your left arm, against Boba Fett. I mean, come on, man. It's just dumb. Just be real. It's not going to happen. She's going to withstand that and then pull Boba Fett and then toss Boba Fett, toss him like across the room into this table. It's just Disney's so pressed on making women important and being powerful that they just do shit that doesn't even make sense. Like, seriously, this little chick that weighs 114 pounds tosses Boba Fett. Yeah, right. Okay. So they have their little talk, whatever. This nonsense was really stupid, but whatever. Okay. Pershing. Does anything look out of place with Dr. Pershing? Oh, I don't know. Maybe his perfect freaking haircut. Not only his hair is perfectly combed, but where's the goddamn streak from the laser blast that just went across her damn face? Now, as I'm looking at this, it looks like his ear is kind of messed up, which I didn't really catch before. But first of all, he was holding up here, if you recall. And his ear isn't hurting. Let's look back. So maybe his ear got messed up. Okay, you see here? I mean, you could argue he's kind of covering his ear, but you can see he's more like here, right? He's more in the front and kind of upper. He's not like back here holding his ear. We all know what it's like to do this, right? He's like this, which is implying that he got shot across here. Now, okay, looking at it now a second time, I'm seeing that it looks like his ear is kind of charred up, which I did not catch before because I was looking for here where his damn hand is at. But I will give them credit because it does look like his ear is pretty screwed up here. I'll have to watch it like in real time again to be sure. But now I'm noticing that his hair looks a little messed up. Either way, the mark should be here. Kylo's scar shouldn't move, Ryan Johnson. All right, so they go through this whole thing of Slave One chasing the shuttle, the Imperial shuttle, so that they can get on this ship. Again, most of you have seen this, so I don't want to go through the whole thing, but they make this big scene to get on board the light cruiser. They crash their shuttle in the light cruiser, and then the girls come out and start whipping everybody's ass. No problem. These 4 chicks are badasses. They've got weaponry. They've got skills and experience. I have no problem with these girls massacring these stormtroopers. Stormtroopers, as I have shown in another live stream, Lucas says they're just mercenaries. They're not skilled soldiers. So it's not that depressing to me to see them getting shot like paper because they're not trained soldiers. They're not what people thought. They're not like these highly developed soldiers. They're just mercenaries. So with that said, I don't have a problem with these 4 highly skilled women. You know, you got 2 of them are freaking Mandalorians with jetpacks, so you know, it's fine, whatever. They're just stormtroopers. So I had no problem with these girls going through the ship and taking out everybody. It is a little bit sus though, that you've got, like, they literally take out about 100 soldiers and not one of them gets off a shot. Not one of them like gets, you know, nicked across the arm or shot in the leg. Disney, it's okay for people to die. And it's okay for people to get injured. It's not okay to bring people back from the dead, okay? Because you seem to be a little bit confused, Disney. It's okay if Cara Dune gets shot. We'll care. We'll all be like, oh, not Cara. But we know that she's tough, and we know that she's going to heal, and that she's going to have help, and she's going to have backup, and that she'll be okay. That's fine. It's okay if Cara or Bo or one of these people gets shot. It gives stakes. It makes us believe, well, even if these guys are blockheads, one of their stray shots has got to hit something. And it's one thing to be using the Force, but these are just regular people. So the fact that none of them gets injured, scratched, bumped, falls, trips, nothing, it's a little too much. Although, in general, I have no problem. They're skilled, and they went through these stormtroopers. Fine. Okay, so here we are with the Dark Trooper punching the crap out of Mando. So much that you can see the steel bending, right? Which is more than likely Durasteel. You can see the steel bending behind Mando's helmet. Okay, let's use some logic here. There are professional grown men that play football for a career. They have a rule of no helmet to helmet for a reason, because these grown men with years of experience and training often take one hit and have a concussion. And not just a concussion, but like they're not blacked out, they're done, their careers are over. They could even die. They could have an aneurysm. And this Mando is getting slammed in the face, not once, but like 10 times, so much that the freaking hull is bending. He doesn't have a headache. He doesn't see blurry. He's not seeing double. He's not disoriented. His ears aren't ringing. I mean, what they should have done, which would have really been a cool detail, is, okay, the helmet, I think it's still a little bit extreme, but okay, the helmet doesn't budge, fine. But they should have done just a little crack in his visor. Just that little crack would have given some stakes, would have said, oh, okay, he's not freaking Superman. He could get hurt. The helmet could break. But, you know, that would be too much thinking for Disney. They should have done just a little crack in his visor. Anywho's, he doesn't get a concussion, a headache, knocked out, nothing. He's just getting his head pounded. Yet, Cara Dune punches Stormtrooper in the helmet and they're knocked out. You have to have consistency. Regardless of the story, the show, the movie, you have to have consistency. So you can't have the Cara Dune bare-fisted is just knocking out stormtroopers through their helmets, and yet a freaking Dark Trooper's pounding the shit out of Mando's head, and he's fine. It's ridiculous. Okay, this shot right here is for a specific reason, and I want you all to go back and look. Do you see something missing here? I'll wait a second. See if anybody picks this up. Because I certainly picked it up the first time I saw it. Is there something missing from Mando? How about a big, long, shiny Beskar lance, staff, whatever you want to call it? Okay? It's not there. It's not there the entire time that he's on the ship. Maybe there's a scene or two where you see it, but the entire time he's going around, and especially with this Dark Trooper, he does not have the spear. It's not there. But, of course, I didn't take the screen, but of course, because of plot, what does he do? He reaches, grabs the thing, pokes the Dark Trooper in the neck, separates his head, and takes out the Dark Trooper. He never had the spear with him. Until he needed it, of course, and he pulled it out of his ass. It's those details that destroy things, that make the show look stupid. Come on, guys. How would you not remember to have a spear here? Part of the problem is because this isn't Pedro Pascal. It's one of the 3 stuntmen. They're rotating them in and out all the time. And they got this guy doing this scene, and then this guy's doing this scene. And they're not thinking about all the details or the ramifications of the story. They're just thinking of, oh, well, he's got to dive and pull the lever. But they're not remembering that because of the Dark Trooper, he has to have a spear. So if he's here, the spear should be here. But they're not thinking. This shows you they don't think about what they're doing. The Dark Troopers activate. They're all coming out. Mando pulls the lever to the airlock, which, okay, I mean, that makes sense. It's not a terrible idea, and they get sucked out. But they're droids. They don't need to breathe, and they've got jets on their freaking boots. So really, you didn't do much but put them outside for them to come back in. Now, very conveniently, they seem to be floating around in space for like half an hour instead of just like, oh, we got blown out. I'll turn on my jet boots and fly right back in, which is what would have happened. But instead, they I don't know, had a smoke, smoke some weed. They were smoking some weed in space, and, half an hour or so later, they had some munchies and came back in the ship. Oh, man. He's a great character that I feel has great potential. Din Djarin? Well, to each his own. I don't care for him. I think he's a little bitch. It's pretty worthless bounty hunter. Okay, now we come to the emotion stuff. Because again, this isn't about you. This is about pulling on your heartstrings, playing with your emotions. So here we go. Little Yoda with his little cuffs on. Oh my God. Why would they even have these little cuffs? I don't know. There's lots of different aliens out there. Could they have different size cuffs? Fine. It's just pretty convenient. They got these little baby cuffs. So anyways, there's Baby Yoda looking all cute. Oh my God. These two exchange words. Mando's like, look, dude, I just want the kid. You can have the ship. You can have the Darksaber. I don't care. And then Moff Gideon gives him these puppy eyes. And he's like, I see your bond. Go ahead. Just take him. I'm not a Moff for the Empire or anything. Just go, I see your bond. I got what I wanted, the blood. It's fine. Just take the kid. Not that I wasn't trying to just kill you with a battalion of death troopers or tried to kill you in the past or been through all this mess to get to this damn child, threatened you, shot you up in the cantina, did all this extra shit for me to just be like, I see your bond. Go ahead, take the kid. I'll just puppy eye you and let you go. But you got to leave my ship as soon as you get him. And so, of course, the great character turns his back to a freaking Imperial Moff that has the Darksaber, for Christ's sake. I mean, seriously, Mando, come on, man. He's a dumbass. He's a dumb ass. So we already know what happens. He gets a Darksaber to the back. Of course, he's got armor. He ends up fighting and scuffling with Moff Gideon. He ends up beating Moff Gideon. Fine. Whatever. He walks in with the Darksaber and Moff Gideon. Now here's where it gets really good. Good old Dave Filoni. So Moff starts trying to play with Bo's emotions because he's like, take the Darksaber. Why don't you kill him for it? And Mando's like, she don't have to kill me. She can just have it. And then Moff's like, wow, but she can't just take it. She needs to win it through combat. Well, it's kind of funny that I don't work at Lucasfilm and I can't stand Rebels, and I even haven't watched the whole thing. but I know the canon better than the guy that created the fucking show. Sabine Wren finds the Darksaber, takes possession of it, and becomes ruler of Mandalore. She doesn't want it. She hands it to Bo-Katan so that Bo-Katan can be the ruler of Mandalore. Now Dave Filoni, the same person that is doing the canon for that show and this show, is saying, well, no, she can't just have it. She has to kill somebody for it. So when the guy that's supposed to be keeping control of the canon can't keep control of his own canon, when he doesn't remember that 2 years ago, Sabine Wren had the freaking Darksaber. Now, here's what I was telling you earlier. It's not that Dave literally forgets. He knows Star Wars trivia, and he knows the stuff he's made, and I'm not saying that he's a total idiot. But the problem is you did the first lie, and then you had to cover it up with the second lie, which meant you had to cover those up with the fifth lie. And then by the time you get to the 800th lie, you've got no way out. You've got no hole. You've got no escape. So now you just got to start making shit up because now you have to reconcile problems from before. Why? Because if she can just if you have to win it through combat, that means that Mando is now an official Mandalorian. Do you understand? Because he wasn't officially a Mandalorian. Because if Boba Fett's not a Mandalorian, then Jaren can't be a Mandalorian because they are under the same circumstance. Din Djarin is a foundling. Therefore, he becomes a Mandalorian. Boba Fett is the direct son of a Mandalorian. Therefore, he's a Mandalorian. So if you're going to say that Boba Fett's not a Mandalorian, then that means that Din Djarin's not a Mandalorian. So Dave now has to reconcile and fix that and say, well, but how can I make him an official Mandalorian? Because now the helmet thing's out the window, and being a foundling isn't enough because of the Boba Fett problem. So now I have to have him win the Darksaber in battle, which now complicates my ass for Rebels because there was nothing about battle. It was about Sabine finding it and then passing it to Bo. It's like I said earlier. Once you establish something, you cannot twist it, bend it, alter it, play with it, because later bites you in the ass. And right now, all of this is biting Dave Filoni in the ass. He's trying to reconcile and fix things that he has pre-established. Why? Because Dave Filoni doesn't think about the future. He's not thinking about a year ahead. He's not thinking about, well, if I bring Ahsoka into the OT, what does that do? All he's thinking about is, I got to get Ahsoka on the Mandalorian show. And now you've opened a huge can of worms causing problems. You've caused problems with Bo-Katan, who should be like 50, 60 years old, by the way. Okay? So you can't reconcile all this stuff. So once again, I will say it for the 80th time, all paths lead to the Disney trilogy. Because now Dave has painted himself in such a corner that he's having to retcon his previous retcon, not just from show to show or from Lucas era to Disney era, but we're going now from episode to episode of The Mandalorian retconning. Because he has to constantly cover the first lie with the second lie with the fifth lie with the 10th lie. He has to reconcile his fuck-ups. And now he's dug himself such a big ditch that now he's got to like retweak and turn and all of this. And that's why I'm telling you that the Ahsoka show is not about you. It's not about Ahsoka Tano. It's not about fan service or getting you excited or giving you what you want. It's about I'm trapped in a corner. And now the only way that I can fix this mess is to start making alternate timelines. I have to use the world between worlds. And I have to make it where now Mandalorian is kind of a side maybe story, and Rebels is a maybe canon story, and Clone Wars is maybe canon, and the OT, well, you know, on Tuesdays it's canon, but Fridays through Sunday it's not canon. And every third Sunday it is also canon. But then all the other days it's not canon because, yeah, you know, the ST is maybe this timeline, and the OT is maybe this timeline, and the PT is maybe here, and everything's just all over the place because there is no more canon, because I have screwed it up so badly that now I can't even reconcile my own mistakes on the show. I have to remake shit up that half the people already know. Sabine got the damn Darksaber, and here we are with Bo can't take it from another Mandalorian offering it to her because she has to win it in combat. You see what happens when you fuck up and you get yourself in a corner, Dave Filoni? So now, that's why there's no option, but it all leading to the sequel trilogy. It's not going away. It's not being erased. It is all leading to that because it all has to reconcile and at the end of the day, go back to the sequel trilogy. It's the only way that things can line up. And the only way that that makes sense is if they make it alternate timelines. It is what it is. Well, they have already established that Din has brain damage. When did they establish that? You're talking about in the mess hall where he was saying he's brown eyes because of the... That was just a story. He just made that up. Remember that Mayfeld doesn't know Mando. That was the first time he saw him without a helmet. That was just a bullshit story, if that's what you're referring to. Because I don't remember any other time where they said he's got brain damage. Although he certainly acts like he's got brain damage from the beginning. He's a dumbass. Mando's a dumbass. I wish he wasn't. I would love to like him, but he's an airhead. Anyways, so you see that Dave Filoni has painted himself into this mess. That he's got no out. So now he's got to make a new story and say that Moff Gideon, she can't have it because she has to take it from Mando. Why? Because it reconciles Mando not being a Mando. Why? Because if Boba Fett's not a Mando, then Din can't be. And Dave wants to eat his cake and eat it, and he wants his cake and eat it too. The thing is, he wanted to bring in Boba, but he wasn't considering that, well, I have to make him a Mandalorian. No, we'll get around it. We'll say that he's not a Mandalorian. But because you don't think things through, Dave Filoni, you've now complicated that if Boba's not a Mandalorian, Din can't be a Mandalorian. So now I have to go back on what I just did because, well, we can't have the Mandalorian show without the guy actually being a Mandalorian. So then that forces me now to bring Boba Fett back into a Mandalorian. But we don't want him to be a Mandalorian because I'm an idiot that doesn't respect George Lucas. I just make shit up. So now he's not a Mandalorian again, or at least he never said that he was. So how do I now reconcile Din again? Well, because he got the Darksaber. So now he is a Mandalorian because he won the Darksaber. Do you understand, guys? It's not about, oh, he looked cool with the Darksaber, or he happened to come across. There's a motive behind all this stuff. It's all on purpose and calculated. Don't think that this shit is on accident or they're just connecting stuff. This is all with purpose. Every step they're doing. And you know what's coming next, what we're about to talk about, and that is exactly what they did. It's on purpose to connect the sequel trilogy. Perhaps she believes that because she took it like that the last time and not by Mandalorian armor, all the disgrace happens to Mandalore like a curse. We don't know how she lost it. We only know that after she took it, now Mandalore is destroyed. Sure. But do we know that? No. Because if you've never watched Rebels, well, then you wouldn't know that. And the show needs to stand on its own. You shouldn't have to know about Sabine. He also, checkmate. He, wasn't going to say, you're assuming that Bo was in Rebels because you're from the outside looking at it. But now think about this. This is all alternate timelines. This and this are not equal canon. They're doing whatever. So therefore, the story of Sabine and what happened in Rebels is irrelevant to what is happening in Mandalorian. So either they have to separate it into alternate things or it all has to connect. Well, it can't connect because, again, Sabine gave her the freaking Darksaber. There's no reason why she has to fight. Now, she could explain or they could show why it couldn't happen, or whatever, fine. But to just say that she's not going to take it because of something that might have happened to Rebels, that's not how that works. This show has to maintain its own canon, never mind Star Wars canon. Anyways, no matter how you want to like explain it or mask it or connect it, or we all know that at the end of the day, the truth. Filoni, as soon as Lucas was out of the picture, started making up all the shit that he wanted to do. You know, the Darksaber was created by Favreau and Filoni. It has nothing to do. It's not even an official lightsaber. It's not a Lucas thing. That shit was created by Favreau and Filoni. So the whole Darksaber concept, it's cool. I don't hate on it, but technically, you know, that's fan fiction, which is another problem. So then if we rewind the clock, Filoni wasn't thinking ahead, saying, well, if I invent a Darksaber, what's the story of the Darksaber? What are the ramifications? What ripples is it going to create throughout the universe so that 5-10 years from now, I know where I'm at. I know what's going on. Who's it going to affect? That's what George Lucas did. Filoni thinks about today. Ooh, Ahsoka, let's make a show. We'll worry about the rest later. Shh. That's not how you make Star Wars. That's not how you do anything. Unless you're Disney. That's why I'm saying she don't want it again as a gift. No, I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that we're assuming that Rebels exists, right? We're assuming that the Bo-Katan, because again, if Rebels exist and that's consistent, Bo should be like 56 years old. She's like 30 years old here. Okay? You can't sort of have consistency. You can't say, well, because of Rebels, this happened, so that explains this. Well, but then if she's this age in Rebels and Clone Wars, then she needs to be this age consistently with the rest of the story. She also has to be old. You see? So you can't pick and choose and just be like, well, she's still young, but this Darksaber rule still applies. Or because of that, we'll let it go. But here, you know, like in one of my previous streams, Dave Filoni told Rosario Dawson, well, you know, if you're uncomfortable putting on the blue contacts, well, then we'll just make this version of Ahsoka different. She'll just have brown eyes. That's not how that works, Dave Filoni. She has blue eyes. She must have blue eyes. In the cartoon, in the comic, in the book, in the movie, in the show, she must have blue eyes. You don't have the option of saying, well, here she has brown, here she has green, and here she has blue. That's not how it works. You can't half respect and half do the stuff. If she's going to be consistent with the saber, like you're saying, so you understand, I'll play along with what you're saying. But then Bo has to be about 60 years old. You see how there's a problem? There's always a problem because Filoni doesn't think it through. And if she's not 60 years old, which would be consistent to Rebels, then that tells us the opposite. That Rebels is not part of this. It's not part of the same continuity and timeline. This is a separate story. So therefore, if this is a separate story, there is no rule of or worry of the last time she took it, Mandalore. Furthermore, she says it was taken from me. Okay, an episode or a few episodes ago, she mentions that the Darksaber was taken from me. She doesn't say how or by who, but it was taken from her. We assume Gideon, but we don't really know. But do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you have to have parity. If this is going to affect and happen, well, then everything across the board has to be consistent. And you can't have that this fixes this, but yet there's 3 other problems here. That's not how life works. Everything has to match up or it's bullshit. Again, the Dark Troopers, you know, just fly right back in. That was pointless, but whatever. That was cool to see them fly back in the ship. Okay, and then we get what everybody pretty much knew the second you saw the X-Wing, but of course you don't know till you really know. But, you know, we see Luke. Now, but Lucas needed to approve it before Clone Wars before Disney took it. Yes, but he was only involved for about 3 seasons. The rest was all Disney. Anyways, yes, Luke. Yes. Okay, before I shoot 1,000 holes into this mess, yeah, it was cool to see Luke Skywalker. Don't get me wrong. This is what we all wanted to see, what we all should have seen, blah, 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 blah. You're 5 years too late, Disney. This does not impress me. This does not forgive anything. This does not fix anything. You're not fooling me. I'm not going to buy into your little bullshit, especially when this is connecting the sequel trilogy. This, to me, is nonsense. This should have happened 5 years ago. It's way too late for that. They're not going to get me with this. You all do what you like. If this is what it takes to convince you that Disney's great now and they gave us Star Wars. Okay. This is not my Star Wars. This is nonsense. Yes, Luke, the way he fights looks good. I'm not saying that it looks bad. It's as I would have imagined Luke to be. He should be a badass. He's not overpowered. He should be doing exactly what he's doing here. But the circumstances is, first of all, this is way too late. And second of all, it's all for naught. All of this is totally irrelevant. It means absolutely nothing. Why? Here's why. I don't give a goddamn what he did on that ship. It means absolutely nothing. Anyways. So yeah, it was neat to see him, chopping up droids. I have no problem that he took out all of them, and that's how Luke should have been. And I like how he crushes the last one. That was all fine and dandy and cool. So, okay, a few more pictures left, and we're going to finish up because I'm getting tired. So, Luke comes in, and Mando's like, "You're a Jedi." He's like, "Yes, I am." And then he tells Grogu to come with him, and Grogu's hesitant. He says, "Well, Grogu just wants your permission." So, Mando picks up Grogu, talks to him, says, "This is okay, whatever." All right. So, one, it's interesting, how Luke says, but talent without training is nothing, and he needs years of mastery, or else, it's for naught. Which, again, is like digging on the sequel trilogy on Rey. Everybody knows you have to train very long and hard as a Jedi. But, okay, whatever. This is funny. Now, please be honest. Please be honest. I know that you all are so excited to see Luke and blah, blah, blah. Does that look like freaking Luke Skywalker? I mean, come on. He looks like a guy that looks like a guy that looks like Luke Skywalker. Does that make sense? Like, we've all been like at the mall or a store or something, and you see someone and you're like, is that like someone you know, right? Maybe you haven't seen them in years, and it looks like that person. But when you really look at them, like they turn their head or something, you're like, oh, no, that's not Steve. But he really looks like Steve. That's what this guy looks like. It's not that it looks bad. It looks human and it looks fine. It's just that that's not Luke Skywalker. It's a guy that kind of looks like Luke Skywalker. And this is just this. When he starts talking, holy shit, it's disgusting. It's awful. And I'm sorry. I know you guys are all excited. I want Luke. But be real. I mean, really look at it. It looks god awful. And seriously. And you're bringing in Luke now and making this whole mess. Like, what's the point for him to just be Jake? For him to just disappear? By the way, I don't think we're going to see Ahsoka or Luke again. We're going to see Ahsoka in her show. But, I don't think we're going to see Ahsoka in The Mandalorian again. I think that was just a cameo to get you hyped up and to open up the, for the show. I don't, maybe like later in an episode, she'll stop in, whatever. But I don't think we're going to see Luke or Ahsoka anymore. I think this is their cheap way of reconciling. Oh, see, we gave you Luke and he took Grogu and that fixed that problem. And then bye, you'll just forget about him. By the way, if, well, here, we're going to get to that. Anyways, to me, this is just ridiculous. Again, I'm not saying that it doesn't look natural or human or like 1980s horrible graphics. It looks like a real person. Don't misunderstand. But it doesn't look like Mark Hamill, Star Wars, Luke Skywalker. It looks like a guy that looks like him, but it doesn't actually look like Luke Skywalker. Sorry to tell you, but nope. So then Luke says, I will give my life to protect the child. Well, that's funny because I saw this movie called The Last Jedi. And in The Last Jedi, apparently you freaked out on your nephew and wanted to kill him. But yet you're going to give your life for a child. And where is this child? Oh, that's right. He's not there. Why? Well, first of all, because he never existed. This is a retcon and they're throwing him in. But now we're going to make, just like we made Ahsoka part of the OT, well, we're going to make Baby Yoda part of the ST. He was training with Luke on Acto. Okay. So then what happened? I'll give my life to protect the child. Oh, so Luke didn't just fail all that we saw in The Last Jedi. By the way, he failed Grogu because apparently Grogu ran away or got lost or kidnapped or Kylo Ren killed him. So once again, Luke Skywalker is a fucking loser idiot. Because the most powerful Jedi in all the history of Star Wars now gets a hold of a Yoda species who at 50 years old is already using the Force pretty good, damn good. And he's training them from a baby, Luke Skywalker, training a baby Yoda. And yet Kylo bitch Ren ends up taking Luke out and killing the students and destroying the temple. So Luke is just a big fat fucking failure. Again, he looks like a guy that looks like your friend, that doppelganger. I'm not saying that like he looks like Prince and he looks like, you know, Luke, like two totally different people. No, I mean, he's close, he's similar. But again, it's like that person you see and you're like, is that? And then you get a closer look and you're like, oh no, that's not. But man, he sure looks like Sally. That's what this is, because that's not Luke. That's not Mark Hamill. I mean, if you know what he looks like, that's not him. And yeah, they did the little hair, and yeah, his face is pretty close. I'm not saying that it's miles away, but it's not quite right. And in fact, I've seen the reaction from a lot of people, and everybody says the same thing. Is that Luke? Is that supposed to be? Like, you don't see him, and you're like, oh, it's Luke. You're still, even when he takes off his head, you're like, is that Luke? Because he doesn't quite look right. And be honest, when he's talking, it's disgusting. Sebastian Stan is the guy who looks like Luke. Yeah. May the Force be with you. I don't know why you would even say that, because Mando apparently doesn't know that. Oh, wait a minute. He said that in the TIE Fighter, in the X-Wing chase. Why he said that? Someone that doesn't know anything about the Force or believe in it, but then he says that to the rebels. Whatever. May the Force be with you. Okay. All right. So we're just about done here. I wanted to mention something, because here it says, here's the conversation. Are you a Jedi? He says, I am. Luke says, I am. And then I think from here he says, come, little one. And then he doesn't want to come. And then he says, hey, I'll protect him with my life. Okay. I'm not a director. I'm not a screenplay writer. I'm not anything involved in movies. But I'm a pretty intelligent person, and I sure know Star Wars, and I could have made this whole scene a lot better. Here's how the conversation should have gone. Are you a Jedi? I'm Luke Skywalker. The four girls back here is Fennec, Casca, Bo, and Kara. They're here in the background. Are you a Jedi? I'm Luke Skywalker. The four girls look at each other, and either they all say it at the same time or one of them says it out loud. The Luke Skywalker. Luke gets a little tiny curl, a little slight grin. Just the littlest hint to show you, like, I'm him. Mando then says, I would be honored if you took my boy or my child. I envision it as my boy. I would be honored if you would take my boy. Because as little as Mando knows about Luke and the Jedis and all that, everybody knew about Luke Skywalker saving the goddamn galaxy. Rey, Disney. I mean, they even show it in the cantina. Remember? Cobb Vanth, everybody, it's on the hologram. Luke Skywalker blows up the Death Star. So Mando, I mean, unless this kid lived under a freaking rock, has to have heard about Luke Skywalker and the Death Star. Okay? So are you a Jedi? I'm Luke Skywalker. The girls are like, the Luke Skywalker? He gets a little grin saying, yes, I am the Luke Skywalker, which now brings up the stakes because it's not just a Jedi, it's Luke fucking Skywalker. So then Mando says, I will be honored if you take my boy. Then Luke says, I will protect him with my life, blah, 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 blah. You see that? Three little lines. And that whole scene just went up by 10,000. But, you know, diversity and dinosaurs, that's what we need to worry about in Star Wars. This is why none of that shit, it's all bullshit. It's all garbage because it all leads to this. It's all connecting to this. This is a bait and switch. This is a trap. This is them fooling you. See, we gave you what you want. You guys have been bitching about Luke. Well, we gave you your Luke. So now just shut up and live with. This is what he becomes. And we all know that that's not Luke Skywalker. Anyways, I don't want to be a downer to anybody. Yes, it was neat to see Luke Skywalker. But under the circumstances and the fact that we all lead back to this, to me, fuck Disney and it's not enough. And I'm not, I'm not impressed. Sorry. It's going to take a lot more. It's going to take a lot more. Okay, so the Book of Boba. And we'll finish up here with what I was talking about earlier. First of all, the Gamorrean guards are way too skinny and they do not look right. Their faces are incorrect and they're way too skinny. I know Filoni thinks, again, he's slick and he's going to say, well, but Jabba's dead and now there's not money and they're just scavenging around the Jabba's palace, so now they've lost weight. No, Filoni, it's not about weight. The fighters you had in the previous episode, that's not how Gamorrean guards look. They look like fat pigs. That's their species. Go to fucking Wikipedia and do some research. Dave Filoni. You have access to the vaults, to the original sketches, and you don't know what a Gamorrean guard looks like. Calm the fuck on. Bib Fortuna. I think Dave Filoni hasn't watched the original movies probably in 20 years because he seems to be having a very bad memory and just fucking up. Bib Fortuna died on Jabba's sail barge. For Christ's fucking sake, we all saw it. Do they show him specifically getting killed? No. But we see him right there with Jabba on the sail barge. Luke blows it up. The whole thing goes up in freaking a fireball. There's no bodies left. There's nobody escaping. There's not an escape pod, a jetpack, a ejection seat. None of that. He didn't dig a hole and catch a ride on a crate dragon. He's dead, for Christ's sake. We all saw Bib Fortuna die. I like Bib Fortuna as much as the next guy. Is it neat to see him in the thing? Okay, fine. But come on, Dave Filoni. He's dead. We all know he died on Jabba's sail barge. Come on. This could have been anybody. Why not Cad Bane? Why not another Hutt? Why not? I mean, it could have been anybody. Darth Talon. I mean, they could have used 1,000 other people. And you're bringing back Bib Fortuna and then trying to be cheeky. Oh, look, he's all fat because he's been hanging out in Jabba's thing. If Jabba's dead, his whole business is done. You think, what, everybody's going to respect Bib Fortuna and do Bib Fortuna's will? Yeah, right. Everybody would have laughed at him and not done anything. So the fact that he's sitting here living fat in the Jabba's palace, I mean, come on. 1 million bounty hunters would have came and killed him already and taken that over. It's just, it does, none of it makes any sense, not even comically. He died on Jabba's sail barge. Come on, Dave Filoni. Go put in the VHS tapes and watch Star Wars because you're forgetting. Fennec, look where she's standing. Anyway, she's not expected to know because she's probably never been here, but you see where she's standing. All right, anyway, so she comes in, comes down the steps, starts shooting everybody. Fine, whatever. I don't know why she's like Boba's little handmaiden now. And I'm trying to figure out, is this like a father-daughter thing, or is this his little side piece? It's kind of hard to decide to know, because it kind of looks like at the end here, this is going to be his little wifey ruling the throne. So I don't know. Anyways, she comes in, takes out everybody. Fine, whatever. You know, Fennec's cool. She's a sharpshooter. There's no problem there. Boba comes down. Fine. Look where Boba's standing. Of all the people in the Star Wars universe that are going to know about the Jabba's traps in his palace and what tricks and things he's got going on, it's Boba Fett. Boba Fett, again, unless you know the EU, Boba Fett worked for Jabba for years. He was like his number one guy. He would do bounties for Jabba all the time. So Boba Fett would know very well the layout of Jabba's palace. And here he is, standing on top of the freaking Rancor gate. Granted, there might not be a Rancor, it's dead. Granted, he's got a working jetpack. Granted, Bib Fortuna probably wouldn't be so freaking stupid as to try it. But why? Boba Fett of all people is stepping on this grate. And again, this is Filoni thinking he's clever. Well, we'll see if the fans notice it, if they catch it. And if they do, then we'll have them freaking out for a second. Like, is he going to fall? Instead of saying, let's do the smart thing. Boba Fett never in a million years would walk on the fucking grate. That's more impressive, Dave Filoni, not you trying to be clever. Boba shoots Bib, throws him off the throne, sits on the throne, which that's new because Jabba obviously was just this platform. But anyways, okay, Bib has his little throne. As I was saying, Fennec, you know, behind, grabs a drink and she's chilling. And she's chilling like, you know, a side piece. She's not chilling like a daughter or an assistant or a sidekick. I mean, she's like kind of wifeying it up here, at least in my eyes. I don't know what's going on with those two, what's going to happen there, but I'm getting the impression of man, woman, not father or daughter. We'll see. Anyways, this is all fine and dandy. Makes sense. I have no problem. He goes back to Jabba's palace. Makes sense. He knows the palace very well. He's done a lot of stuff there. Yeah, I know she's in life debt to him, but she's very comfortable. It's not like she's following him and taking orders, and like she's very loose and free and doing her thing. And as you can see, she's chilling. And I'm not saying that it's specifically that she's going to hook up with Boba Fett or even flirted with him or anything like that. But it's just like little body language and the way she's acting. It's like she's very on par with Boba Fett as far as like an adult woman to an adult man mentally, right? And maturity. Maybe not totally skill-wise or experience-wise. But they don't have like a father-daughter dynamic. They have more of a like a partner, more equal type of dynamic. So that's why I'm saying it kind of strikes me more like she's side piece as opposed to daughter. So I don't know. We'll see. Whatever. But yeah, I know she's in life debt, and that's why she's with him. Although at this point, she's not in debt. Well, let's see. He saves her. She says that she's indebted to him because he saved her. Boba says we are indebted to Mando. If you give me the armor, we'll help protect the child. The child gets taken, so then he says, oh, we're still in debt to you. Mando says, no, the child's gone. He says, yeah, until you get the child back, we're in debt to you. So he's not in debt. Neither one of them is in debt to Mando. Is she still in life debt to him? Okay. Is that what she said? I don't remember. Is it actual life dead, or she's like she threw she like chose to give him allegiance? I don't remember. I'd have to look back. She's drinking and doesn't have intestines. Exactly. She wouldn't. Okay. This is Star Wars, not Westworld. People don't get shot in the stomach and then they tear out all your organs and just put in some metal pipes with your tissue. And that's not how that works. It's different when Darth Maul was chopped in half and it was cauterized and they add mechanical legs to that stump. That's different than getting your organs taken out and now you got metal rods and stuff. She's human. She needs to eat or she will die. If she eats or drinks anything, it's just going to go into this whole thing. So while it looks cool and you thought you were clever, you again weren't thinking Dave Filoni, because she needs to survive and she can't survive with a freaking stomach. It's a hole. It's a big wide open hole. It's like children are working on Star Wars. It's like, oh, I got so excited because, you know, Darth Maul has fake legs and he was kept alive. So I'll just do the same thing with Fennec Shan. I'll just give her a robot stomach, but I'm not thinking. Not only does she not have any organs, so she would be dead. Not only does she have no way to eat or drink because it would all just flow out of her stomach. By the way, if you had some sort of thing like that, it would be more like Westworld. It has to be contained. Us as humans, we're very susceptible to infection and disease. So you wouldn't just have this like hole and like, oh, look, here's my gears. That's not how that would work. It would have to be all sealed and cauterized and shut because you're going to have all kinds of germs and air and dirt and everything getting into your stomach hole. It's so stupid. So stupid. Trying to be cool, trying to be cute, and you're not thinking of the consequences. Sometimes he is Boba Fett, and sometimes he is a skinny double. Yeah. Hey, Boba Fett. Everybody's on that Boba Fett thing. I don't think he's really fat. Yeah, he's got a little, you know, little tummy. You know, he's a little bit older, whatever, but I don't know. The Boba Fett thing is kind of silly to me. It's not like he's freaking Peter Griffin, right? Oh boy. Anyways, yeah, so she's drinking, and like in the cartoons, all this, you know, blue liquid is just coming out because, you know, hey, it's Star Wars. I mean, it's Dave Filoni fan fiction. Anyways, outside of that stupidity, okay, Boba goes back to Jabba's palace, takes over, makes sense, fine. I think it would have been smarter that like Cad Bane or, you know, Ara Singh or somebody else was there, especially Ara Singh. Like she was native to Tatooine, or not native, but was around Tatooine. What if Ara Singh was here? He could have came in, had some words. She's like, I'm running this shit. And he's like, oh, really? I'm Boba fucking Fett. He disintegrates her ass and gets on the throne. How much cooler would that have been? How much bigger stakes and more sense would that be than a fat boy Pip Fortuna? You could have had Bosk, Dengar, Aura, Cad Bane, Zuckuss. Shit, have IG-88. I mean, you could have done so many cool things. Bosk would have been awesome. And instead, you got Big Fat Tuna. Who's dead. Lol, she's a callback to that hole in the head guy from the holiday special. I guess so. She's a callback to something. To me, it's Westworld. I don't know if you guys have seen Westworld, but that's literally what Westworld is like. And again, I have no problem with like the premise of droid women or people That's Blade Runner, that's Westworld. I love Westworld. The new show got a little crazy. I'm talking about the old original movies. I did like the show, and then kind of got stupid at the end, but it was decent the first two episodes, two seasons. But anyways, Westworld, okay, but still, like Dolores on Westworld, she was a woman. She had a stomach, and it was closed, and later she gets shot up and caught up, and you see the machinery inside. Fine, but it would be closed off. You're not gonna just be walking around with this hole in your stomach, like, hey, look at me, I'm a robot. So stupid. Now, for what it's worth, it's not that the robot parts would have a problem, right? Because the droid has his parts out. What I'm talking about, she's a human, so she can't have all that bacteria coming in, and she's drinking, yet all that blue fluid is literally just falling out right now. She doesn't have a stomach, remember? She just it's like a rod, and I think a couple of gears or something. She doesn't have an actual stomach, so this wouldn't be going anywhere. It's not storing anywhere. It's not distributing throughout her body. It's just literally going down the shaft and dripping out everywhere. Dave Filoni. Okay, so the book of Boba Fett. Here's where we're going to finish up, because these are the last few details, and it's going to tie everything that I was saying earlier. Okay, so first, remember what I told you at the beginning of the stream. The Mandalorian, or what Kathleen said. She didn't say The Mandalorian. She didn't say season 3. She said the next chapter is December of 2021. Or I think what she said was Christmas time of December 2021. So now let's start adding some things up and deducing what's going on here. First of all, you're not going to release The Mandalorian and Boba Fett at the same time to where they're competing with each other, especially two shows that are nearly identical. You're not going to be putting them both out. About a month ago is when all the Boba Fett rumors started, there's going to be a Boba Fett show, and they're already filming, and they're doing this. Months before that, they were saying how they were already filming season 3 of The Mandalorian. We catch wind of Boba Fett. Now everybody for the past month or so is talking about, there's a Boba Fett show coming. Some people have even said they've already started filming. So now we start to see The Mandalorian, and we see that the Boba Fett is very involved, and he's causing... Well, he's the least of the canon issues, but he's starting to intertwine into all this mess. So now they have to justify Boba Fett. It leaked that there's a show. And the show is coming out at the same time as Mandalorian season 3. But not really. Because they aren't going to put Boba Fett and Mandalorian out at the same time. First of all, you're not going to put two shows competing against each other. But you're definitely not going to put Boba Fett against Mandalorian, because guess what? Everyone's going to watch Boba Fett, and nobody cares about the Mandalorian. Furthermore, Baby Yoda's gone. So now the entire Mandalorian show's gone, because the whole show was about Grogu. Nobody cares about Din Djarin. Yes, I know there's 5 of you out there that bought his little action figure and care about him. The mass majority of people do not give a fuck about Din Djarin. It's about Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda's gone. The show's over. The reason it was called chapters, and the reason that Kathleen said the next chapter, and the reason it's called the book of Boba Fett, is because now the book of Mandalorian has closed. There are chapters and books, which is typical Disney fashion, long before Star Wars storybooks. Okay? Mandalorian is in chapters. They're not filming season 3 of Mandalorian. What they're filming is the Boba Fett show, which is the next book. They have just closed the book on Mandalorian because now Grogu is gone. Mandalorian completed his mission. It never was about Mandalorian. It was about the mission so that they could get Grogu to reconnect the sequel trilogy. Mandalorian story is over. There is no season 3, or the season 3 is what is Boba Fett. Please drink water. You're telling me to drink water? Do I sound dry? I'm feeling dry. So, again, I'm speculating. I don't work at Lucasfilm. I don't know for sure. But this is what I'm deducing as an intelligent person that follows the show. There is no Mandalorian Season 3. It's Boba Fett. The book of Mandalorian has just closed. Now, the book of Boba Fett will be opening in December. They're not going to put two shows against each other, especially not Boba Fett and Mando and Din Djarin that are so alike. Okay, so that's what's going on there, is that they're chapters. That was done on purpose because a book has chapters. There's no reason to continue with Din Djarin. And I know that there's some fans out there that like him. And they're going to be like, well, don't say that. I want to see Din Djarin. Din Djarin was never supposed to exist in the first place. It was all about Boba Fett. It was supposed to be the Boba Fett show and the Boba Fett game and the Boba Fett movie. And they ended up doing Din Djarin. Now, why specifically they chose Din Djarin, I don't know the answer. Is it because they don't want to pay the royalties to Lucas, so they tried to create a new character? Is it because they thought, well, we'll just make a new guy because nobody's going to care about Boba Fett? But then they learned that, yes, Star Wars fans do care about Boba Fett. Not all of them, but plenty do. I can't tell you the motive of why they went away. I also can't tell you the motive of why they had the freaking treatments for. Not only did George Lucas give them sequel trilogy treatments, but JJ had written treatments. So my last recent video was about today. And they chose to just scrap all that shit. So I don't know the answer there. But I do know the result. And the result is Mandalorian's over with. Now it's the Boba Fett book, which will intertwine with Ahsoka and the Rangers. The Ahsoka I anticipate is going to be 4 to 6 chapters, real short book, with the strict purpose of establishing the world between worlds and connecting the sequel trilogy. The reason the world between worlds exists, that was not a Lucas thing. That was a Filoni thing. And the reason that exists is because Filoni started dabbling around. And he knew he was going against what George Lucas canon was. So what he did is he invented that crap so that he always had an out. He put that in place so that just in case in the future, because he wasn't thinking that ahead of the future, he was just doing stuff as it was coming. He put that in place so that if I ever need to retcon or divide or separate or change this shit, we have that. And that's why they created that as an out. And in a way, you know, okay, it sounds good, you know. But I will remind you that by creating this out, you've now created the hole for where the OT and the PT are going to get erased or reallocated or changed, or you know, you've opened the door. According to Giancarlo Esposito in Esquire interview, there will be a Mandalorian season 3. Okay. Number one, he said a lot of things that didn't happen. He said there was going to be all these lightsaber battles and that he gets to do all this stuff. Pretty sure Giancarlo's finished. He's either going to get executed or, you know, probably put in prison because Cara wants him. He's got information. He's done. He's not going anywhere. Stark troopers are all gone. He's surrounded by a jump trooper, right? Isn't that what Cara Dune was? She was a jump something or other. 2 Mandalorians and a bounty hunter in Fennec Shan. So Moff Gideon isn't going anywhere. He's captured. He's done. His story's over. He's not going to get back to Darksaber. He's not going to cause any more trouble. He's done. He's cooked. The only conflict to really resolve now is where does the Darksaber go? So, he said a lot of things. He said he was going to be on a very large ship. He's on a small light cruiser. You also can't take the actors lie all the time because they have to. So you can't take for face value what he was saying about Mandalorian season 3. Now again, I don't work at Lucasfilm, so there could be a Mando season 3. All I'm doing is connecting the dots and showing you that they're not going to put out 2 shows in December 2021. It's going to be the Boba Fett. It's not going to be both. They're not going to do that. So what John Carlos was saying is it's basically season 3 of The Mandalorian, but now it's a new book, so it's a new story. It's about Boba. Okay? Now, for all we know also, The Mandalorian might not end up being just about Din. It might be about different Mandalorians in different books. Okay? So maybe we have Boba Fett for 1 or 2 seasons. Then we can maybe go to Bo or, I don't know, Sabine or whatever. Anything's possible. All I know is they're not going to put out a Mandalorian and Boba Fett show at the same time next Christmas. That's not going to happen. Mandalorian did what he needed to do. That's pretty much concluded, and we saw that Boba Fett is confirmed. So the only logical path now is that Boba Fett is what's coming. And again, John Carlos said a lot of things, but he can only answer so much, and he was probably saying, yeah, there's a season 3, as in the Book of Boba Fett, not literally season 3 of The Mandalorian. Anyways, we'll see. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't work there. I only go by what I see and what makes sense. And none of Disney shit makes any sense. Moff Gideon, sitcom, working in a TIE Fighter's junker. Yeah. I mean, they could have fun with that, sure. I think John Carlos is a good actor, and he did a decent job. But Moff Gideon, as time went on, just kind of seemed lamer. The more you see of him, you see that he's kind of pretty short, and he's got that ridiculous, I'm pretend Darth Vader chest plate on. It just looks stupid, dude. Take that crap off. You're an officer. Why do you have that fake Darth Vader cosplay thing on? And he hyped it up. Oh, we're going to see a bunch of lightsaber battles, and I'm going to be fighting in the Darksaber, and blah, blah, blah. And he had all of, 30 seconds of getting his ass whipped by Mando. Anywho's. Alrighty. Let me see if there's anything else. How long have we been on here? It's been a while, huh? 5 hours. Holy smokies. Well, most of my streams are about 5 hours. Well, I think I showed you guys everything that I had, for today. Anyways, I don't want to take away from anyone's happiness or enjoyment of The Mandalorian. I need to go sleep too, and I'm going to finish here in just a second. It's not that I hate Disney or that I want Mandalorian to fail. On the contrary, I would love to have a good Star Wars show. But one, you have to do it smart. There's way too many canon and lore problems. Two, like the Luke Skywalker stunt. I know, it's cool, it's Luke. And then you remember Jake Skywalker, and it's all pointless. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how cool they made him look. It doesn't matter what he does. He's going to end up an asshole. So it means nothing. It means nothing. If it means something to you, bless you. I'm happy that you can get the enjoyment. I cannot. As someone that has supported this franchise since May 25th, 1977, I cannot support Jake Skywalker. Therefore, I cannot support anything that connects to it. I will not support Luke being a loser, a failure, none of that. Can't do it. Sorry. Anyways, what I was saying is, I want everybody to enjoy Star Wars in their own way. I'm not here to gatekeep or tell you what you can and shouldn't watch and all of that. I just try to show you guys what's really going on with Disney and see through their bullshit. And you guys can decide how you want. You can defend. You can not defend if someone wants to say, but this and that. And you can say, well, no, that's not actually true because this. I do it because I love Star Wars and I want you all to, know what's going on. So by all means, I hope you guys enjoy this stuff. But all I'm asking you is to remember the things that I show you and to look at it critically and don't just fall into the trap like, oh, it's also okay. Everything's okay. Oh, they gave us Luke. Okay, everything's okay. I showed you with Jon Favreau 3 days ago, guys. Kathleen Kennedy, Jon Favreau, and Dave Filoni are taking a picture together. So don't get fooled. They're all in bed. They're all laughing at you. And they're all just doing whatever the fuck they want with Star Wars. Because it ain't about Star Wars. It's about their little messages and agendas and all that. So that's what I'm trying to say. So with that said, I hope this was entertaining and informative. I am very tired myself. It's been a very long day. This is my second stream today. And wow, I put out a video and 2 live streams today. It was a busy one. I will definitely do at least one more stream before the new year. Just to have fun and chat. We'll see what it's about. I don't know. Next few days, I suppose. Maybe Christmas will come on. We'll see. There will be at least one more video coming out this year. An important one. I encourage everyone to watch it. The Empire Project. You will know it when you see it. It's not called the Empire Project, but you'll know it when you see it. It's going to be a good one. And, well, I guess that's about it. I'm pretty much out of gas. My eyes are getting heavy and I need to stretch. So, thank you very much for everyone that came in. I did see some new faces today, so glad to see some new people. I hope you had a good time. Again, we don't always have to agree. Everybody has their views. I just hope that you guys understand that I don't come here with all emotions and my opinion and I want it to be this way or I just hate Disney. That's not the case. I come here with straight facts and receipts and show you what's what. You do with it as you wish. Lone Wanderer, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. You are a new face, so I appreciate it. Light Yagami, you are also a new face, so thank you for coming in. Echo Base, it was good to see you guys, or I don't know which one it was, Nick or Coach, but good to see you. Graham Helton, another new name, glad to see you. Thank you for coming in. Doris Aroba, good to see you again. Lee Carter, I hate Disney so much. Me too. I don't hate Disney from the beginning. I don't inherently hate Disney. I grew up with Disney. I like their stuff. But since 2015, what they have done to, well, actually since 2014 when they did the this is not canon anymore bullshit. From that point forward, yes, I hate Disney. Fuck Disney for that shit. But just for what it's worth, it's not like I came into it hating Disney and that's where I'm at. No, it's because I gave Disney the chance and they went and shit all over Luke Skywalker. Thus, Not My Star Wars exists. Their fault, not mine. Let's see who else. Graham D that was in earlier. Thank you, brother. You're always in my streams. Horror Nation. I guess a lot of you fall off hours ago because I'm still jabbering on. Anyways, Horror Nation, it was good to see you. Tetsuo's Wrath. Thank you for coming in. And I think that was most people. The Facebook user from before. If you're still around, thank you for coming in. Please leave a like if you haven't already. I always read the comments. So if you guys ever have any requests, comments, whatever, please write them. I always read them. What do you guys think about the sequel trilogy? What do you think about the Investor Day? And do you see how everything is leading to the sequel trilogy? If you see another way out of it, another explanation, please put it in the comments. Let me know. But it's really obvious. I mean, all of this is coming. It's all closing in. From after the OT and before the PT, they're shrinking in. High Republic, Acolyte, Rogue, all these little things are shrinking in on the OT and PT. Alrighty, I think I got everybody. If I missed anybody, thank you so much for coming in. Anyone that watches the replay, I appreciate you. Please like and subscribe. There are channel memberships for anyone that is interested. You get perks for joining as a member, so I appreciate it if you do. And either way, if you don't, I'm here. The videos are free. They're going to be here. So there will be new stuff. There'll be a new video by the end of the year. I will do at least one more stream, maybe a couple. And hey, if anybody needs to reach me, NotMyStarWars1977 at Gmail. And I think that'll be about it. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Man, I'm getting close to 6,000 subscribers. So thank you so much, guys. I'm so glad that so many of you are enjoying this stuff. And hopefully we'll keep going and growing. It's the past 2 weeks has been amazing. My channel has just blown up. So anyways, still a lot of work to do. All right. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your time. Hope you had fun, and we will do it again soon. I need to take a break. I'm very tired. So thanks again. May the force be with you. And here, let me see if I can leave you guys with a little outro, and we will talk soon. How about... All right, I'll do the... I got two little shorty shorts here for you, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Thanks again. May the force be with you, and I appreciate you guys. Take care. By the way, if I don't come on before Christmas, which I think I might do a Christmas stream or right before it, just in case, Merry Christmas, Happy Life Day. May the force be with you. All right, I'm out. Merry Christmas, guys. Thanks again. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the force be with you.
Impressive. Most impressive.